Hello, everyone. Think I got it set up. How are we? I hope you're all well. Just amend something very quickly. Once I do this, can I edit this? Yes, I can. All right. Day one. How are we? I hope you're all doing well. I just had the inclination to jump on and do a stream, so I thought, why not? And there was a trial on, so I thought, why not? Why not do something quick? Because I was going to watch this trial. Hey, how are you doing? It might just be you and me today, by the way, but that's fine. Why not? I'm going to be on today and tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to be on tomorrow as well. I'm doing a trial. It's a 2-day trial, so yeah. And I know that yourself, your good self, and many others are watching the Lindsay Clancy trial, and I think they're done for the day. I was going to watch this trial on my own, and I thought, you know what, it's nearly done, so I might as well just stream it because it's like a 2-day thing. Also, no one else is streaming it, so I thought, well, I should stream this because no one else is. So yeah, so I'm here now in real time in this trial. They're actually at lunch and then they're going to go and deliberate. So we are behind on it, but no spoilers, and we'll watch it now today. So before I go into it, let's tell you a little bit about this trial. As I say, it is basically going to be done by tonight anyway, but we won't be done until tomorrow. So let me go and get this bad boy. Let me go get it. Share screen. Oh, I see Sarah P is good. I mean, I don't think you need to do that today, but you are a legend as always for doing that. I generally think it might be just you and me here, Sarah P. So, and Christine. But there you go. Hello, Christine. How are you, my darling? Please hit us like and subscribe. So this trial, it's a guy called Michael Monroe Banks in Florida, Tampa Bay, I believe, in Florida. He tried to date his daughter, allegedly, and he killed a family friend, intervene, which we'll go into. So, hey, hippie chick, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think you've been on holiday or something. We just started it now. Just to reiterate, this is a trial that is actually in real time, just gone to deliberations. So don't look it up, otherwise you're going to spoil it. But there's no verdict or anything, but still. There you go. Thank you, Sarah P. There's no verdict or anything because they've gone to deliberations. This is a 2-day trial, which I'll play out like 1.25 today and 1.25 tomorrow, and we'll be done, basically. So something that people can watch on replay or whatever they want to do. Because I know Lindsay Clancy, everyone's watching that. But I was going to watch this anyway, so I thought, also YouTube changed now or something that you have to get hours in until you lose your channel. San Antonio, oh, that's lovely. Texas, y'all. Another y'all. I can't play my music because I've not got my premium StreamYard. I'm not paying $44 for a couple of days stream. So, right, hang on, let me open this. So yeah, you got me today and tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll go live at 9 o'clock Eastern. But today I'll be on for a few hours. Hang on, let me go into my analytics so I can pin up Sarah P or pin up her comment, one or the other. Hot as balls. 103 jeepers. I don't know what 19 degrees, but sounds hot. Let me pin this. I'm way out of practice. I'll say I was going to watch this trial on its own, but pin message. So yeah, this guy here, he's a Florida man accused of killing a woman. Let's get into it. Let's zoom it in a little bit here. shooting a woman, two family members, and opening fire on police officers has now been formally indicted on multiple serious charges, including first-degree murder. Authorities indicted 42-year-old Michael Monroe Banks after a family dispute at his home in Tampa escalated into a deadly shooting. There he is. According to USA Today, Tampa police officers were called around 12:45 p.m. On January 17th, 2024, to a home near North 20th, whatever, blah, blah, blah. When officers arrived, they found two people outside the home, Banks' 6-year-old mother and Banks' 17-year-old daughter, both wounded and asking for help. They also told the police that Banks was still inside the house and was armed. As officers set up a perimeter, Banks was spotted in the backyard, but instead of surrendering, he pointed a gun at officers and fired 2 shots at them. Officers were forced to return fire, and Banks was taken into custody after surrendering a short time later. Once police secured the scene, they entered the home and found a woman dead in the kitchen. She was later identified as 52-year-old Josephine Muentus, a long-time friend of Banks' mother. Court documents say she had been shot in the head and a revolver was found on the table nearby as per blah, 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 blah. According to investigators, the shooting happened because Banks' mother and her friend Muentus were about to force Banks to move out of the home. Why, you might say? Because they reportedly came up with the decision after they learned that Banks, the father, was trying to have a romantic relationship with his teenage daughter. Hello, Sally. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Football season is starting soon. Can't wait. They also found a letter where Banks had told his daughter to start a relationship with him and not date anyone else. Is this the letter? Let's zoom in to see if this is the letter or not. I don't want you to leave or anything. I'm sorry for being a jerk. The situation is very confusing for me right now. The problem is that I want to help you, but I give you my personal life to do it. I haven't had a personal life in about 13 years. My life isn't normal anymore. I've been trying to find a girl who will stay with me without me investing money in her. They don't blah. I don't know what this is. This is a message he sent to his daughter. Shit. You're very special to me, and I want to help you. I have no interest in helping you if you continue to waste my time with problems. My life is very easy now. I don't want anyone causing problems and making me do more work. I love you with all my heart and soul and won't just walk away from you. If you don't understand that I offered you a much simpler life, then at least don't talk to anyone while you're here. If you choose to not help here and just run off with friends, my life becomes more difficult from cleaning up after you. Please just try to understand me a little. I have been through a lot. I have bad drug and alcohol problems when I was younger, and I wasted time trying to hang out and party. It's all a waste of time. I don't want any of it around me anymore. You have a special place in my heart that no one else can ever fill. I'm trying to do everything I can to make things better, but the things I know to do seem wrong to you. Dude, if you're trying to fucking date your daughter, that's wrong, full stop. But the thing I know to do, I just don't have money to waste anymore, and keeping you close to me makes it so that neither of us wastes anything. If it's done correctly, a family can leave from poverty and begin something better. Dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? When Banks overheard his mother and friend talking inside the kitchen about him leaving, he felt betrayed and upset, leading to the crime. Banks' mother told police she heard a gunshot and turned to see her friend collapse. She then tried to run, but was grazed in the head by a bullet, and Banks fired multiple times. Banks' daughter told officers she was in the shower when the shooting started. She said she tried to hold the bathroom door shut, but Banks fired through the door at head level, and as he ran, she was shot in the leg. Jeepers. So he's been charged for first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, attempted to murder a law enforcement officer, felon. Right, okay, let's get into it. So I just wanted to catch you up very quickly. He had a violent criminal past in 2007. He was convicted of well, okay, this guy is a whoa. I mean, what attracted me to this stream was a couple of things. One, jeepers, where's my thing on? There. No, I want it up here. No one is covering this case, first of all. And B, what father wants a relationship with his daughter? He tried to date his own daughter, people. How normal is that? Not normal at all. Right, let me just set this up here then. So, as I say, it's a 2-day trial. This is day 1. We're going straight into opening statements. I'm going to play it at a 1. Oh, let's play it 1.5. I think it won't be that. It's not going to be that fast. Not that kind of relationship. No, you're right. So, you're right, Sarah P. I don't say that very often, but you're right. Right. I'm jumping straight into it, and then I'm going to go make dinner as well. So I want to listen to opening statements, but we're going straight into it. So strap it in and strap it on, people. Let's go.
She was in her house.
How was the audio, by the way?
House that afternoon, in her home, in her bedroom, when she decided to walk down the small, short little hallway in that little house to a very small kitchen, back kitchen. Her friend was in there, her roommate, having a cup of coffee. It was about 12:40 in the afternoon. She wanted to have a cup of coffee and talk to her friend. And she went into this kitchen, she got a cup, she put some water in it, she put it into that microwave. And about that time, this defendant came around the corner by that refrigerator, and without provocation of any kind, without a word, he pointed a revolver at her head, and he pulled the trigger, sending a .44 caliber slug crashing through her skull on the right side of her head, a bullet that then passed through the temporal and the frontal lobes of her brain and out the other side of the skull, lodging in the muscles of her temporal muscle on the left side of her head. She fell immediately to the ground. This defendant didn't stop, because standing just in front in that photograph where you see those pull handles in a row was her roommate, Norma Banks, this defendant's mother. And this defendant, after shooting this woman and watching her fall to the ground, immediately pointed that revolver at his mother's head and again pulled the trigger. This time, the .44 slug coursed across the left side of his intended victim's head. Didn't enter the skull, but it hit his mother in the side of the head. That's his mother, Norma Banks, crashing into the cabinetry above her head. Miss Banks didn't hang around. She started moving. She went into survival mode, the evidence will show. She started trying to get out of that kitchen and get out of this residence. This defendant didn't stop. He continued to fire at her. As she ran out of that little teeny kitchen and ran through a doorway into a living area, he fired another round that hit the wall. He followed her, shooting at her as she was trying to get away from him, away from his murderous attempts to take her life. She fled out the back door, but not before this defendant fired another .44 slug that hit the door right as she was going through the back door. She was able to escape that afternoon, but not before this defendant shot her again in the upper right side of her head. And thankfully, again, that bullet did not penetrate her skull, but grazed across her head, flying off. Miss Banks went to her neighbor's house just north of her house there on 23rd Street in Tampa. She tried to get help. Her neighbors didn't speak English. They tried to help her. She did have her cell phone, because on the way out of that kitchen, as she passed the dining room table, she had enough thought to grab her cell phone, and she called 911. 911 was activated at that point. Meanwhile, in the bathroom of the residence, in the shower, was this young lady, Michaela Banks, 17 years old. She was taking a shower. She had finished bathing and was actually rinsing the conditioner out of her hair when she heard the commotion. She heard the gunfire. She heard yelling. She heard those noises and she got out of the shower and she sent these text messages to her boyfriend who lived out of state. I heard gunshots. I'm in the shower. Please just be me overthinking. Well, unfortunately, she wasn't overthinking. Because the next thing this defendant did when his mother was able to get away from him was he turned his attention to this young lady.
Just so people know as well, I put myself down here because I'm covering a logo. Just to prove a point, I'll show you what I mean. So I'm covering a logo, so there's no point me removing myself because you won't be able to see anything anyway. So
His daughter, his 17-year-old daughter, who was a senior in high school, and he went to that bathroom and he started trying to push through the door, and you see the damage to the front of that door. As he was trying to push through it and trying to break through that door, Michaela was doing everything she could. She was down low, pushing her back against that door, putting all of her weight into it. This defendant started firing. When he couldn't get through that door, he started firing that revolver. And you see that hole right in the center of that door. Somehow that did not find Michaela. And it ended up across the bathroom in a tile wall by the tub. And then this defendant, and I don't know, people in the back row probably won't be able to see that laser. The defendant fires into the door lock. You see the sooting around that door lock. And he was able to get that door open and push it open. And somehow Michaela was able to run past him and run out of the residence. She escaped with her life. But again, not before suffering a gunshot wound, where this defendant fired another one of those .44 caliber slugs, this time just above her hip. That bullet coursed through, ripping through her muscle into her upper leg, where it remains today. She will carry that with her the rest of her life. 911 is activated. Tampa Police Department uniformed officers arrived there almost immediately. You can see the timestamp on the top of that. This is the beginning of a body-worn camera, 12:46 minutes after this shooting started. When this officer arrives, Michaela is inside of that residence, possibly still in the bathroom, trapped in that bathroom with no other way to get out other than the door where her father is trying to break in to murder her. This officer, Garrett Breacha, arrives. He is a uniformed officer, and as part of his uniform, he's got a body-worn camera, and it's recording.
Or want to hear screaming from inside the house.
You can hear her terrified screams as she is fleeing from that residence. You will see the blood streaming down the left leg. You may not have heard her mother say to her, "Did he shoot you too?" And you saw the
poor thing. What the? What do we just see? And well, we don't need to see that bit either. Oh.
blood streaming down her grandmother's head. That is Norma Banks in that house road.
Hey, come on, get up.
Officer Breacha, and there's another officer who was responding to the south of the residence. They were yelling at her to get off of that porch. She went on that porch to get a blanket for her granddaughter, who, as you saw, was completely nude and soaking wet. This is January of 2024. This is a video from just south of there, the resident just to the south, the next door neighbor. Other officers arrive on scene. You can see an officer approaching with a rifle, and you can see Michaela Banks with her blanket on.
Hello, CG. Nice to see you, buddy.
You can see Miss Banks is holding a paper towel that her neighbor gave her on one of her wounds on her head and is obviously very agitated. Officers, both the officer who met them at the gate, Michaela, and that officer are telling her, the female officer, are trying to get them to go south away from the residence because at this point, they still have an active shooter in that house. And these officers do not have time to interview these ladies. That doesn't happen until much later, hours later, when they've been transported to the hospital. So these officers that are now approaching that residence, they don't know how many shooters are in that residence, and they don't really know what they're dealing with. Officer Pearson, who arrives about the time as Officer Breacher, he's another uniformed officer, Trenton Pearson. This photograph, or this beginning of his body-worn camera video, shows a continuation of a fence that goes from the Banks residence south. It's a chain link fence, and at the top of that fence is the beginning of the neighbor's yard where that shrub is, and obviously the neighbor's fence is a vinyl PVC fence. He attempts, you will see in the video, to go up onto that fence because he wants to look into the side backyard of the Banks residence to see what he can see, to see if he can find the suspect, the active shooter. He's unable to because of the fence not being sturdy enough. So he drags that City of Tampa garbage can over and stands on top of it.
I don't know what his defense is going to be. I'm interested to hear what the open statements are for the defense. Because what are we doing here?
Hey, who's this? Who's this? He's got a black jacket. He just ran out in the house.
So what happens there, Officer Pearson will testify and tell you, although it's not easy to see in that video, he actually sees the defendant on the south side of the house. The defendant has come out of the back door and is in the backyard. He sees him, he draws his gun, points it at him, and tells him, let me see your hands. He's giving him commands. You heard another voice saying, where's he at? Where's he at? That's the third officer that arrives fairly quickly in this 911 response. Darren Gibson. Officer Gibson is not a uniformed officer. Officer Gibson is part of a specialized unit, Street Anti-Crimes, commonly called SAC, which is an acronym. Officer Gibson is dressed in plain clothes, but he has a tactical vest that is clearly marked with police insignia, including his badge. Officer Gibson, actually, you will find in the evidence, comes to the scene. He has his handgun out, and he realizes pretty rapidly, I need to go back and get my rifle. So he goes back to his patrol vehicle, into the trunk, and withdraws an AR-15 assigned duty rifle. And then he goes back to the scene. He is also equipped with a body-worn camera that's recording. So Officer Gibson is now in the driveway of the Banks residence, and he takes up position behind that white Ford pickup truck, taking cover. There's a Toyota RAV4 right to his right, and then a Honda Civic across the front yards. All of them are facing the residence. As officers arrive, they take cover behind those vehicles. Now, as you watch this, to the left of the screen, you're actually going to see Officer Pearson up on the garbage can, and you'll hear him yelling at the defendant to show him his hands.
Get in the house. And also there's another victim in the house. I noticed they're officer not.
So just so you know how they know that Miss Muentus is laying in the kitchen is because Norma Banks is telling them. From the time she appears in Officer Breach's video, when we see Michaela running out of the house, nude and wet, she is saying to the officers, my friend Josephine, Josie, she calls her, my friend Josie is in there. And so she's telling them that as she is being told to go south to clear, to get away from the danger.
Where's that? Yo, I'm actually just ran back in the house. Shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, shots fired. Shots fired, yeah, shots fired.
So what happened there, and you're going to hear other body-worn cameras, it's not picked up really well on that body-worn camera because the microphone is closer to his rifle. You hear him fire 2 shots. That's in response. This defendant is on the south side of that residence. He fires twice at that officer. And you will see evidence proving that. You will hear that come from the defendant's own mouth through the testimony of Detective Hill, the case detective in this case. He fired 2 rounds, and Officer Gibson returned 2 rounds out of that rifle. Now, in this exchange of fire, neither the defendant or Officer Gibson was struck. But as you saw, Officer Gibson, as he is trained to do, to get off the X, he doesn't stand there and fire. He fires as he's retreating, knowing there's someone pointing a gun. He will tell you, he sees this defendant. He sees an individual come into the backyard and point a handgun at him and start firing at him, and he returns fire. Now, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but the homicide detectives who end up responding to the scene, they then have to conduct parallel investigations. They have to conduct the homicide investigation and the attempted murder investigation, but they also have to conduct what's called an OIS UDF investigation of this officer. Whenever a Tampa Police Department officer uses deadly force, such as in this scenario, they are investigated to determine if what they did was legal. And the homicide squad is tasked with doing that. So they have to conduct an investigation, and I'll talk to you about that in a few minutes. Now, going back to the residential ring camera from the neighbor to the south, it actually picks up the tail end of this shooting. One thing I would point out to you in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you're going to see fire rescue and fire engines on a perpendicular street. You see the fire engines arriving. There's an ambulance and I believe an engine. That's Officer Pearson taking cover at the neighbor's house. This is an aerial photograph of the scene. You see the crime scenes in the direct center of that photograph. You see 23rd Street in front of it, 10006 North 23rd Street. To the south, just 2 houses to the south is Line Hall, and just to the west is North 22nd Street. Those fire engines go past 23rd Street down to the intersection at 22nd, and they do what is called staging. They stage. In situations like this, where there is what is known as a hot scene or an active shooter, they are not going to drive into the scene. They're firefighters that are not armed police personnel, so they stage until the scene is clear before they can go in and try to render assistance. However, these officers take Michaela and Norma Banks down to Line Ball, and they walk down Line Ball, Michaela walking with that gunshot wound to her left hip, all the way to that ambulance, where they begin treating both of them. They are then transported to the Tampa General Hospital Trauma Center, where they are treated. Just another look at the residence. And I would point out, if you can see the laser, there is a separate structure in the backyard of the residence. That is a small cottage that has been built in a shed, and that is where Norma Banks would sleep. There was an air conditioning unit, a window unit, and converted into a living area. Just another photograph with a marker showing the Banks residence. Meanwhile, still at the scene, Michaela's boyfriend texts her back. Holy shit, is everything okay? What happened? May, which is short for Michaela, is what everyone calls her. Is everything all right? She actually takes a photograph of herself. You can see it in the upper right. That's the blanket her grandmother got for her off the porch. And she sends it to her boyfriend with this text. He shot me. My dad tried to kill me. I ran. This is Norma Banks at the hospital. Down here is blood. That's not blood. That's powder burns, folks. That's powder burns.
What I will say here is, with this trial, I mean, I remember the last few trials that we've been watching, we were always whinging and we're always being like, oh, there's no videos, there's no photographs. This trial is giving us everything so far. So I don't think we can complain about how graphic it is when, well, this is what we always ask for. So my lucky day, I was really worried about that. No, I'm in a good mood. And also, I think it might just be you and me here right now. So no one will hear my jokes. You are always forgiven, Sarah P. Yeah, that's his mother. This is his mother now. So the other picture was his daughter, obviously. Now he's moving on to the mother. No, this is the mother. The other lady died. So the other lady, he shot her and she died in the kitchen. So this is the mother. She was shot in the head. So let's have a look at this.
So the evidence is going to show this defendant fired at such close range that the pistol he was using left powder burns below her eye, tattooing. That is still there to this day. She is shot above her left ear. That is the round that's fired, the first round that is fired at her in the kitchen. And that's the wound, the grazing wound across her scalp. that ended up in the cabinetry. That's the wound to the backside of her head, suffered at some point as she was fleeing from the defendant shooting at her. This is Miss Michaela Banks at the hospital. You can see the wound above her left hip. That's the injury wound. The surgeons left the bullet inside of her because it would cause more damage to remove it. Miss Banks, before I leave that, will tell you that because of this wound, she has a deformed hip bone. She can't climb stairs or walk for long distances without suffering pain. This is the front of the residence. As I said, the defendant's pickup truck is in the driveway, and there are the two cars in the front yard. As officers start to arrive, they start taking up positions in front of the house because, folks, Darren Gibson firing a .223 caliber high-powered rifle at this defendant, 2 rounds fired at him. They didn't stop him. He went back in the house, and he reloaded. He reloaded his gun. And then he noticed there were officers in front of the house. And he fired 2 rounds through the front window of the house at those officers. Thankfully, neither found their target. Eventually, at the commands of the officers to come out, put your hands above your heads, the defendant comes out, but not before he opens the front door twice, yelling at the officers. And you will hear that in their body-worn cameras. He comes out, he gets on his knees. Now remember, these officers do not know how many shooters are in that residence. They don't know even if he's a shooter at that point. This is Officer Breacha's second, a further portion of his body-worn camera that's been clipped for purposes of this opening statement. He is now taking cover behind a car. There are other officers to his left and his right that are covering the front of that residence. Aviation units from the Tampa Police Department are overhead circling. You may hear that. You will hear when I play this a beeping noise. It is a fire detector from within inside of that residence. It's faint at first, but it gets louder as he exits and leaves the door. Officer Gibson.
Hands up the door. Run your hands up.
You've been fucking with me since I was a kid. That's the defendant yelling that out the front door.
He just open the front door screen and close it again.
See your hands, where's your hands? Show your hands, step up. Come out the door, come out the door. Stand up, come out the door. Down the ground, now, down the ground, down the ground, down the ground. Yes. Give me a hand, drag him out.
So you heard the officer just there say, drag him out. The same officer is yelling at the other officer. That's a corporal who has arrived. He's a supervisor saying, cover the window, cover the window. And then you hear radio transmission. The house is not clear. And you saw those other officers walking directly towards the windows at the front of the house. They were providing cover to these officers who were taking the defendant now into custody to make sure if there's any other threat that appears in those windows that they can cover these officers from that potential danger. So they actually grabbed him at this point for his own safety, to drag him away from the front windows, not knowing if he's a shooter. They're going to find out quickly that he is. Now, this is another officer's body-worn camera that's involved in taking the defendant into custody. What you're going to hear during this video, this is from the body-worn camera of Officer Pearson. They have dragged him now to the side of the yard. They start handcuffing him. They ask him, are you the shooter? And he said, yes. And then they ask him, is there anyone else in there? I don't know. Yes, there's a roommate in there. And I believe they ask him, is it a girl? And he says, yes. They then take him to the street. They get him on his feet. He's handcuffed. They walk him south to Officer Pearson's vehicle. Then they search him and they ask him questions. They ask him, where's the gun? It's in the house. Where? It's on a table, he tells them. What type of gun is it? He tells them it's a black powder revolver, which in fact it is. The evidence to show.
You want to do? You want to? Yes? Go to your house. Help me out. I'm gonna say what you sorry. Sit up. Anything on you? Where's the gun? Where? On the table. Who's there? Search him. Right here.
Be allowed to go female in here.
Stop. What's up, guys?
My car.
Instead of shoot.
So the war officers show up. They get what are called ballistic shields. They used to. A ballistic shield is a large shield. That's exactly what it sounds like. It's designed to prevent gunfire from penetrating the shield. They utilize that shield to make entry into the residence to clear it, to make sure there's no other threat and to see if there's anyone that needs medical assistance. They enter. You can see Miss Muentus' arm in the kitchen as she lays on her back. And they found the revolver. You can see the handle of it right there on the corner of the dining room table. Right next to it is a bag of what are called percussion caps, which you will learn in the evidence are utilized to fire this weapon. They basically take the place of what's commonly called a primer in a cartridge. That's the weapon utilized in this case. That is a Colt Navy copy based on a design from the 19th century, from the 1800s, but it is of recent manufacture. It is manufactured by an Italian company. That is also a single action revolver, meaning every time you fire it, you have to cock the hammer. You have to cock the hammer for every time you fire it. Inside of the chamber, they find 3 of the chambers of the 6 chambers in the revolver are still loaded. They're still loaded. So what's the motive in this case? Why did this defendant murder Josephine Muentus? Why did he try to kill his mother and try to kill his 17-year-old daughter? Michaela Banks. She was the motive. 17-year-old girl. His daughter was the motive in this case. This defendant lived at that residence with his mother, Norma. His son, Jayden, also lived there. He was 16 years old. And thankfully, this day he was at school. He was in high school. Michaela, who was in her senior year, had stayed home that day because she was moving. She was getting ready to get out of that house. Michaela had just moved into that residence. This happened on a Wednesday, the previous Friday, 5 days before. She had moved in there. Josephine Muentus lived in that residence. She had her own bedroom. Norma Banks was her friend. They were good friends. They had met while they worked together at Walmart. They had worked together for many years at Walmart. And she had been living there for several years. She had moved in and had her own bedroom. This was her house too. It was her house too. But Michaela had just moved in there. Miss Banks, Norma Banks, will tell you that she comes on a Friday. Through the weekend, she's driving her around, picking things up for her, toiletries and clothes and getting her set up. Michaela's there to finish her senior year in high school. She just wants to get through that spring semester and finish and graduate and walk with her senior class, and then she's going to move to the state of Pennsylvania where her boyfriend lives and live with him and his family. They live on a farm in a small town north of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. After that weekend, on the Monday and the Tuesday before this happens, this defendant starts making inappropriate comments to his own 17-year-old daughter. I want to marry you. I want you to be my wife. I want you to be my lover. I want you to be my girlfriend. Romantic comments. This continues. Michaela ignores and avoids him. Norma becomes concerned, her grandmother does, to the point that she has Michaela back in the cottage with her at night to avoid the defendant, and they're trying to figure out what to do. The night before this happens, this defendant goes into that cottage, screaming and yelling at her. You're either going to be with me or you're getting out. That's how insistent he was. Norma and Michaela decide they need to get her out of there the next day. So the next morning, they get up early. They both go in to use the restroom. They go back to the cottage. They go back in, and they go into the bedroom where Michaela's belongings are, and they start packing them. This defendant walks in. What are you doing? Michaela tells him, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Norma goes in and tells Michaela, go ahead and get your shower. And then Norma goes into the kitchen to make coffee. And it's about that time that Josephine Muentus comes in from her bedroom. I heard all the screaming last night, and they have a discussion. They're talking about the fact that Norma is going to leave with Michaela, is going to get Michaela out. Michaela will tell you in her testimony, Michaela Banks, that her grandmother was in fact they weren't going to go online and look for air flights. They were going to go directly to Tampa International, and they were going to get a flight and get her out of there. That's the cottage in the back. You can actually see the pavers, and you can see, I don't know if you noticed it or not, you can see those pavers leading from the back door of the residence to that cottage in the aerial photographs. And there you see the cottage over here to the right of the photograph. This is the back of the residence. This is the backyard. I'll come back to our motive. Officer Darren Gibson, as I said earlier, there was an officer-involved shooting, an OIS, UDF, use of deadly force investigation. These photographs were taken of him pursuant to that investigation. So when Detective Austin Hill was assigned by his sergeant to become the lead investigator in the murder of Josephine Muentus and the attempted murders of Norma and Michaela and this officer, he also had to conduct at the same time a parallel officer-involved shooting investigation and review. As part of that, they asked Officer Gibson to engage in what's called a walkthrough. Now, that's an elective walkthrough. He doesn't have to do that, but he volunteered to do it. And he actually stood in that photo to show approximately where he was standing when he saw the defendant. Those shrubs to his right is the dividing line between the Banks residence, those I think they're viburnums or whatever, those little trees, and the neighbor to the south. They take photographs of him to demonstrate how he is dressed, to demonstrate he's clearly marked as a law enforcement officer. They take his AR-15 rifle, they count the rounds. You will hear in the evidence that their SOP, their standard operating procedure, is even though the magazine holds 30 rounds, they download to 28 rounds to maintain reliability of the weapon. The magazine is in the rifle as it's issued to them, and that's how they carry it. And you will see in the evidence when Officer Gibson retrieves his rifle, they have to charge it to load it. All right? 2 of those rounds are missing. 2 shell casings are found right there in that shrubbery where Officer Gibson fired it. His impacts of his rounds are actually found on an inside wooden fence on the Banks side of that wooden fence, which is a shared fence between the 2 residences. Officer Gibson also agrees to go to the Tampa Police Department that day. He is incidentally provided with what's known as a PBA rep, a Police Benevolent Association. That is the officers' union. He is provided with a representative to be there with them. He agrees to do this walkthrough, which includes taking questions from both Detective Hill and from a detective from Professional Standards, which is another unit within the Tampa Police Department, commonly called Internal Affairs. Their investigation is also conducted alongside a homicide detective. Detective Hill will tell you he's investigating the legality of the shooting, while the Professional Standards detective investigates internal operating procedures and whether Officer Gibson violated any kind of internal operating procedure. This is the fence that Officer Gibson will tell you that he saw the defendant through. Now, it is transparent. It's hard to see in that photograph. This is a photograph from Officer Pearson's body-worn camera, and you can see the extension of the Banks residence to the right of that fence. That is a chain link fence with this plastic or fibrous plastic covering. It is transparent, and Officer Gibson, as you can see there, was able to see through that and see the defendant pointing and shooting the gun at him. That is the south side of the Banks residence, approximately where the defendant was standing when he fired. Those yellow markers are round holes in that fence, in that privacy covering, showing the rounds that the defendant fired. And you will see in the evidence, I didn't put in close-ups of them, but they are perfectly round in size because the projectile fired by this revolver are lead balls, 44 caliber lead balls. Josephine Muentus, she was 52 years of age, 52. That's the projectile, 2 of them, the main one and a fragment that was recovered from the left side of her head, just on the outside of her skull, underneath her skin. There was another fragment found near the entrance wound on the right-hand side. And that is the entry wound with hair cut away to show stippling, to show the close range nature of the gunshot wound to the right side of her head. Dr. Caroline McKinnon conducted the autopsy, ruled this. The manner of death is homicide. The cause of death was gunshot wound perforation of the skull and the brain. The defendant, after being taken into custody, was placed into Officer Pearson's car. Later, he was taken up the road and placed into another officer's car. That officer transported the defendant to 411 Franklin, which is about 3 blocks to the, I believe, east of here in downtown Tampa. It is the headquarters for the Tampa Police Department. He was taken to the 8th floor to that holding cell that's right outside of the Homicide Bureau. After Officer Hill conducted his officer-involved shooting and interviewed Officer Gibson, conducted walkthroughs at the scene with Officer Gibson, and conducted walkthroughs with Officer Brecha and Officer Pearson, who also witnessed that shooting. He interviewed all of them in furtherance of that officer-involved shooting. And before I get to what I'm going to follow through here with the defendant, Officer Hill will tell you after conducting his entire investigation of Officer Gibson's shooting, that he takes that case and presents it in a similar format in a PowerPoint like this to the Office of the State Attorney here in Tampa, the prosecutor's office, our office that we work for. And he presents it to what is called a homicide committee, a committee of senior prosecutors. This is their standard operating procedure. They do this every time they present an officer-involved shooting. They present to our office, and Officer Gibson is cleared of any wrongdoing in this case. Officer Gibson went to the threat. He was fired upon. He returned 2 rounds in self-defense, and that was the finding. Now, the defendant has read his Miranda rights. He waives his Miranda rights and agrees to be interviewed by Detective Hill. He tells Detective Hill that he has owned this gun for about a year. You see the balls over there on the right-hand side. These were materials that were found inside the bank's residence on a bed in the living room where the defendant kept his bed in the living room of the residence. Those are the lead balls that are fired out of or designed to be fired out of that black powder muzzleloader. There were also percussion caps found. There were containers of black powder found in the residence. And they asked the defendant about this. He tells them he had heard his mother talking about leaving, that Michaela had told him that she was going to leave. He got upset. He got upset when Michaela rejected him, that he was mad, that he was upset, and he was angry. He heard his mother talking about leaving in the kitchen. He went to the bedroom. He loaded this gun, which was previously unloaded. And the detectives asked him about the loading process for this black powder gun. He tells them it takes about 5 minutes. Now, this is stock photos that the Detective Hill found online to demonstrate the loading of a revolver like this, similar revolver. The defendant tells him it takes about 5 minutes to load it. You can't just pour black powder, which is happening in the upper left-hand corner of this slide. You have to measure it. And he measures out, I believe it's 25 grains of black powder. Now, that doesn't mean individual grains. Grains, if you don't already know this, are a measurement in the firearms industry of powder, of gunpowder. It's also utilized in modern cartridges. A cartridge will be loaded with a certain amount of grain weight of powder. He measures out 25 grains, and he has to measure out each individual amount of powder, and then he has to pour it and hold the gun upright. He has to pour it into each of the chambers, the 6 chambers. Once that's accomplished, then he has to take a lead ball. Actually, he has to put a wadding in above the powder, and then take the lead ball and stick it down on top of the wadding. I think he may have left out the wadding step in his description. But he describes putting the ball into each of the chambers. And then what's required is on the bottom of the firearm is a loading device, a cranking device that is utilized to push down. That has a crimping effect where a rod pushes down on the ball and pushes it into the chamber and crimps it in there to make sure it stays. Then in the lower right-hand corner, that little area there, that brass, is the percussion cap on the other side of the chamber of the revolving carriage. That has to be placed on top of a protrusion, commonly I guess called a nibble, that has a small hole in it. When the hammer hits that, it sparks, sending a spark down a little tube into the chamber where it ignites the powder, causing expansion of gases and sending the lead ball out the barrel of the gun. He goes through this entire thing and describes it. He tells Detective Hill that he goes in, that he shoots Josephine Muentus. He tells him, I shot her in the head. He tells him, I then pointed the gun at my mom, and I was aiming at her chest, head area, generally, and I shot at her. He tells Detective Hill, I continued to fire at her as she ran out of the residence. He tells Detective Hill that he then went to the bathroom because he knew that his daughter Michaela was in the bathroom, and he tried to get through the door, and when he couldn't, he fired into the locking mechanism of the door. He was able to push through the door. He tells the detectives that Michaela runs out of the residence. He then tells detectives that he recalls being in the backyard and hearing an officer yelling at him, show me your hands, show me your hands. So he goes back into the house. He tells Detective Hill that he comes back out into the backyard and he sees a police officer on the other side of the privacy fence, and he raises his gun and fires at him. He says he does not know if he hit him or not. He tells Officer Hill, I went back in the residence and I reloaded. He went back through the same five minute, all those steps of reloading that revolver. Then he says he heard voices outside and realized there were officers to the front. He said, I fired 2 rounds through the front of the house. Just individual photos showing an individual putting the ball into the chamber and then cranking. So at the end of this case, folks, at the end of this trial, when it's all said and done, we had a lot of discussion yesterday about reasonable doubt, what is or isn't reasonable. There's not going to be any doubt in your mind. The state's going to prove this case to you beyond any doubt. There will be 0 doubt that this defendant murdered Josephine Muentus, and he did it because he was angry, because his daughter rejected him. His 17-year-old daughter rejected his perverted requests of her. He got angry and murdered this woman, Josephine Muentus, who was just a roommate in that house. And then he attempted to murder Norma Banks, and he attempted and did his best to murder his daughter. And then when he saw Officer Darren Gibson, who, as I already told you, answered the call, did his job, acting pursuant to his duties, went to the threat in an active shooting like he is trained to do, and then returned fire defending himself, he attempted to shoot Officer Gibson. The evidence in this case will be crystal clear that this defendant is guilty of all of these crimes.
All right, and Ms. Ducker, is it the defense request to defer opening?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and take our morning break. I'll bring you in as soon as you're all ready. Go ahead and leave your notepads and everything on your chair. Thank you. Remember to utilize multiple.
Okay, I missed what's happening. I was making my dinner. My kiwi fruit and bananas. And my Greek yogurt, strawberries, and granola. Is the defense next? I imagine the mother, is she not going to testify? Oh, wow, sunglasses. Wow, what's going on? Oh, they're on break. Okay. Oh, Michaela's mum. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't know where she is. Where have I missed the defense opening? Do I have to go back? Did I just miss the defense opening, people? Why? Sarah Payne, Joyce, when I do this. Why are they calling the witness? Have I missed it? If I missed it, that means it was very, very quick. Well, that sucks because I wanted to hear what you had to say.
You want to say here? Is it what-
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you ever have a seat? Please adjust that microphone so that it's even with your mouth. If it's too low, it's not going to project.
Okay.
It's-
Hello, Mary. Hello to you, Mary. How are you? Nice to see you. Not seen you for a while. That's why I thought I'd stop and say hello to you. It sounds really camp. Me go, hello, Mary. Thank you again, Mary. Hope you're doing well, my darling.
Got to be literally even with your mouth. All right, and if you could, please spell your first and last name for us.
It's Garrett Tabrisha, Garrett, Bricha.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in January of 2024, where were you employed?
City of Tampa Police.
And did you recently retire from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, I did.
How recently?
About a month.
After how many years working for the Tampa Police Department did you retire?
21 years.
Right, I do have to say hello to people. So I'm very well, thank you, Mary. It's nice to see you. What the hell is going on here? People were not supposed to tell you I was live. I'm only doing this a trial today and tomorrow, and take a break again. But we've just gone past opening statements for the prosecution. Now we're straight on to first witness, Katie. So we'll play this for the next few hours, and then tomorrow I'll be back for tomorrow day, and then it'll be done. So don't tell Hippie Chick. We don't want Hippie Chick back, that's all. We got rid of her once. We don't want to attract her back. But we do love her. Hippie Chick. All right, back to it. I'm eating my kiwis. My kiwis and my bananas. You can. Get on with it. Stop being a pussy. Come on.
And back in January of 2024, in what capacity were you working for the Tampa Police Department?
Patrol.
And on January 17, 2024, at approximately 12:40 p.m., do you remember responding to a call for service at a residence on 10,006 North 23rd Street?
Yes.
Was that located in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
What type of call for service was it?
It was a shots fired in the house.
As you're responding to a shots fired in a residence call for service, what, if any, information, any specifics do you have?
Repeat that?
Do you have any specific information about the shooting as you're approaching, or are you just getting relayed information over your CAD call?
Just relayed information. Okay.
As you're responding to the scene, are you the first on scene, or is there anyone there who arrives before you?
I am in the first on scene, yes.
And I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 8A, or excuse me, A1. Is this the residence that you responded to on that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. As you responded to this residence, did you park directly in front of this residence?
I parked approximately 2 houses to the south
Okay. What was the reason for parking 2 houses down?
for officer safety.
And just you don't know what's going on, what you might be coming into as you respond to the scene of an active shooting. Would that be a first statement?
Correct.
As you were responding to the scene and you were the first one to get to this residence, what area of the house do you first respond to?
I walked to the northeast corner of the house.
Okay. And then so in State's A1 here, would that be approximately this portion of that corner up there?
Yes.
And as you are approaching the northeast corner of this residence, what are you doing?
I'm approaching the gates to the backyard and I hear a shot go off in the house.
You hear a shot fired. After hearing the shot fired, what, if anything, do you do?
I attempt to go into the backyard and then I see 2 females coming out, or I'm sorry, I see 1 female coming out of the backyard towards me.
Okay. Describe this female that is exiting the backyard. What, if anything, do you notice about her?
She's naked and bleeding from her side.
Do you also hear any screaming as you're making these observations?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you see of another female as it relates to this residence?
So there was an older white female that was already outside that was also bleeding that came up to me.
Okay. Is it again in the same location of the northeast corner?
Yes.
As you're making contact with these 2 females who are bleeding, as you can visibly see them, what are you instructing those 2 individuals to do?
To seek cover away from the house.
At this point in time, as you're asking them to seek cover, do you know where the shooter is?
And they said that he's inside the house.
So you find out he's inside the house. Do you know how many shooters there might be, or any specifics about what's actually going on inside the residence at this point in time?
I was advised it was her son inside the house.
And at this point, do you have eyes on a shooter or a male matching general description you have?
I do not.
As you're on the north side of this residence, does other members of the Tampa Police Department arrive?
Yes.
Which positioning of the residence are those officers taking?
So the officer who arrived right after me was Officer Pearson. I believe he was on the south side of the residence.
So now he's taking opposite ends. Why are you taking, or why are you not grouped together, and why are you taking opposite positions of this residence?
It's more tactical.
And as you 2 are now staged in these 2 corners, the north and south corner of this residence, what are you doing, and are you entering the residence at this point in time?
I am not entering the residence at this point in time.
Okay, why not?
We're taking up tactical positions until other officers arrive.
At this point in time, do you feel like it would be safe to enter this residence without additional support from additional officers?
No.
Right. Okay. And as you're standing there and you're setting up this stance with Officer Pearson on opposite corners of this residence, do other officers arrive and help you set a perimeter on this residence as well? Is that part of what
Yes.
you're waiting for? Okay, thank you. Once you now have additional support as you're setting up this perimeter on this residence, is someone end up going into the backyard of the house as well, as long as the northeast and southeast corners?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
There was another officer that went to the northwest corner to set up a position there.
Okay, and when we're talking about northwest, just here?
Yes. Into the backyard.
And you mentioned earlier, as you made contact with these 2 females earlier, you asked them to get cover. Where are they getting cover as it relates to States A1? Where do you direct them on the street?
To go south on the street behind our vehicles.
Okay, so south on 23rd Street.
Yes.
Is that where they actually end up going?
I did not see where they went.
Okay, so you directed them south, and then your focus remains on the rest.
I came over the radio and told another officer to take them.
Okay, so now they're being handled by someone else, and your focus is on
the
the
house,
suspect. Okay.
yes.
As you're focused on this residence still, at any point in time, do you hear additional gunfire?
Yes.
How many shots do you hear?
Maybe 4
Do you generally know where these shots are being fired from?
from the house.
From the house. After hearing gunshots from this residence, what do you do at that point in time?
I'm still in a position of cover with my firearm pointed at the house.
And when you say you're in a position of cover, can you describe for the jury what that means as just a stance that you're taking?
There's a vehicle in the driveway on the northeast corner. I was taking cover on that vehicle.
Okay. And as you're taking cover, is your priority to, one, have eyes on the house, but also for your own safety? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And after hearing this additional gunfire, at some point in time, do you make contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Do you hear him make any statements outside of the house before you actually come in contact with him?
He opened the door and screamed.
Okay, so,
He was screaming something.
so he's screaming outside the house. Eventually, does he leave the residence?
He does after that.
What prompts him or to leave the house? Is it law enforcement prompting him to come outside?
Yes.
As he exits the residence and eventually goes outside, at this point in time, do you still consider this house to be secure?
We're not sure. We weren't sure at the time.
Okay. And at that point in time, would it be your goal to still protect this individual and anyone else involved from another potential shooter?
Correct.
As you come in contact with this defendant, what do you do as you come in contact with
We
him?
pulled him away from the house, put him in handcuffs,
Okay. So again, is that twofold, to get him away from the house for his safety
and for our safety.
and for your safety? Okay. And as he's being removed from the residence, where do you ultimately take him as you are able to get him away from the residence?
Into my vehicle.
Okay. And your vehicle again on South on 23rd.
It's 2 houses down 120.
And as you were working in January of 2024, were you wearing a body worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Did your body worn camera capture the events that you just described for us?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish what has already been admitted as States B1.
Hold on here, screaming from inside the house. Go back. Okay. We're good there. We got 2 females outside the house. Supposed to be another one on the ground shot, and he's supposed to be inside still. Hey, come on, get up. Do we have somebody with a shield on the way? Well, we have like I said, there's 2 females removed. There's supposed to be still another in the house. Have fire come to attend to these 2 females. She has a gunshot to the side. She's bleeding on the side.
Right, viewer discretion here. Viewer discretion here. If they show it again, the girl, 70-year-old girl, might be running out here naked. So just be careful. I hope they don't show it again. I don't think it's appropriate for them to show that. We don't need to see it. Anybody naked, let alone 17-year-olds. So hopefully they don't show it again. But if they do, please, I'll be turning it away. Haven't seen Dave Grumpy. You'll be back to the sports channel. Boston Dave was literally just here, Katie, just here. Bex, I need to message Bex to see how she is. But she'll be around. She's just been busy, she said. So many others in way too long. I know it's been long. It's been a long, long time. Yeah, Sarah P keeps telling me Defense Diaries is much better than this channel. She said, I'm leaving you to go to Defense Diaries. She prefers them over me. I was like, but Sarah P. Do you know what I mean? She hurt my heart. I was like, cheapers. I also heard that Defense Diaries have done really, really well. They're covering the Lindsay Clancy. I've heard that they are really covering it well. So I'm glad of that. I've seen some clips from them. And their daughter's doing some stuff, which I think is amazing. So shout out them.
Yeah, okay. So I'm outside.
So far, I have 2 victims that have been shot. One official cop, the other has been shot 3 times.
Not that I know of. I don't know. I've been back. But the one female came from the back that was bleeding. That was showing. So there's a 3rd. He's in the house. And also there's another victim in the house. Unknown if they're conscious or not. Shots fired. Hold the air. Shots fired. Watch crossfire. Feet. He's in the back. He's in the back. Okay, go crossfire.
Want your heads up?
You just open the front door and scream and close it again.
See your hands, see your hands! See your hands! Step out! Come out the door! Come out the door! Stand up, come out the door! Down the ground, down the ground! Down the ground! Up the ground! Hands! Give me your hands, drag him out! My computer files are important. My computer files are all important. My computer files are really important. Back up! Here. What are you doing, Johnny? What are you doing, too? Yes? Close the house. Set up. We'll get the shield coming up. We're going to clear the house. We're going to make our shield up. We're going to do another shooter. Okay, guys, what's up, guys?
Okay, so we just heard you mentioned several times, or other officers mentioned several times, the reference to a shield. Can you tell the jury when you're saying you're requesting a shield, what exactly you're asking for?
That's a shield to cover us from gunfire when we go in.
And is that commonly referred to as a ballistic shield?
Yes.
That type of shield, is that standard for every TBD officer to own one and carry around in their patrol car?
Usually it's one per squad.
Okay.
Not everybody has one.
So on that date and time, did you have one?
I did not have one.
So you had to wait for someone else to come and provide that?
Yes.
After you made contact with the defendant, several questions have asked of him whether or not he was the shooter and who was in the house and the type of weapon involved. As he's saying yes, and there's someone else inside the house, are you guys communicating this information to the other officers who are clearing the house?
Yes.
How are you communicating this information to them?
Via radio.
And after you put the defendant in this case in the patrol vehicle, did you stay with him at that time in the car?
Yes.
After doing that, do you recall staying on scene and providing a statement or giving a walkthrough to the detectives on scene once they arrived?
Yes.
After that, did you also give a follow-up interview at the Tampa headquarters in downtown Tampa?
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you actually go inside this residence or do anything involved with the actual search or securing of the residence itself?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confirm?
You may.
Your Honor, stand up past the witness.
Ross.
Hi, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Officers, we saw on your body camera, when you first get to the scene, it's pretty quiet, but it very quickly becomes a very busy and chaotic situation. Would you agree with that?
It was quiet when I arrived?
When you first arrived, we see you kind of walking up and not much is going on. That's followed by a loud sound and some yelling. Do you remember seeing that?
Correct.
I'm just talking about just very briefly in the beginning, but that very quickly, as we see on your body camera, changes into a very busy scene. You've got the two females, right? You've got the younger female running from the back of the house, correct?
Correct.
And sort of at the same time that she's coming towards you, you've got the older female coming from the south side of wherever I'm not sure if you saw where she
Coming
came
from the
from.
east.
Okay. Coming from the east, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And that female, you're trying to get them to safety. You're trying to get them away from the scene. The older female is actually going towards the scene. She's going to find a blanket or some covering for the younger female, correct?
I don't know what she was doing.
Okay. But we see you kind of yelling at her to get,
down, yeah.
not yelling in a bad way, but, telling her urgency, get away from the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to these females, you've got these dogs that are coming towards you from the backyard. Do you remember the dogs kind of being there?
I see it in the video.
Okay. And then at some point, the smoke alarm starts going off and making noises, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
You don't remember hearing the smoke alarm?
No.
Okay. Certainly, we see there's some additional officers that arrive on scene. And as everyone's taking up different positions around the perimeter, you're all communicating on your radio, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I think we hear, is that the helicopter aviation above as well that's sort of riding around?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. At some point in time, you hear a gunshot from the backyard, followed by some additional gunshots from what sounds to be a high-powered rifle. Do you remember hearing that?
I remember hearing a gunshot from the house.
Okay. You're not sure where in the house it would have come from?
Correct.
Okay. After that initial exchange of gunshots, you then have Michael Banks kind of coming out. I don't know, did you see him or did you just hear him coming out of the door yelling some things?
I saw him. I saw his face.
Okay. So you see him kind of, does his whole body come out of the house or is it just his upper body?
His upper body and face when he was the first time.
Okay. And he's yelling something and then he slams the door shut.
Correct.
Okay. And then less than a minute or so later, we ultimately see that I think it's you're able to give commands to coax Mr. Banks to come outside, correct?
Correct.
He comes outside, gets on the ground, and unsolicited, without anyone asking, he's telling you over and over his computer files are very important. Do you remember him saying that?
I saw it in the video.
Okay. Do you have an independent recollection of that?
I do not.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please, Your Honor? All right. Thank you for your time here this morning.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a
Thank you,
good
ma'am. You
one.
too.
State may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state called Officer Pearson.
I thought exactly the same. Computer files? Question mark. I was actually thinking UCG. Sorry, meeting. Because how does that tie into? Like, I'm confused. Is it an insanity defense? What are we doing? Computer files? I'm a little bit lost. Hang on, I'll be back now.
A little closer to the mic, but if you could, it adjusts.
Okay.
So if you could adjust it upwards so that this part here is kind of even with your mouth, perfect. And if you could tell us your first and last name and spell it, please.
Trenton Pearson, Trenton. Last name Pearson, Pearson.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer. Where are you currently employed?
Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
In law enforcement, approximately 7 years.
Has all of that been with the Tampa Police Department?
No, ma'am.
How long with Tampa PD?
Approximately 3 years and about 8 months.
And before working for the Tampa Police Department, where were you employed?
Polk County Sheriff's Office.
In your training and experience with both agencies, did you ever receive any specific training on the use of rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that for both agencies?
Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And as you were you employed with the Tampa Police Department on January 17th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity were you employed?
Patrol officer.
Okay. And just briefly describe what are the responsibilities of a patrol officer?
Responsibilities of a patrol officer is to respond to 911 calls, primarily calls for service, and assist the community that way.
And in fact, on January 17th, 2024, at approximately 12:40 p.m., did you respond to a call for service at a residence at 10,006 North 23rd Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of call for service did you respond to?
I don't remember the actual call for service, but in the notes it was that the son shot mom. That's it.
So at this point in time, you have very limited information. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're responding, you know, though, that there appears to be at least an active shooter and that someone, in fact, has been shot.
Yes, ma'am.
As you are responding to this scene, I'm going to publish for you State's Exhibit A1, which has already been admitted into evidence. As we are looking at State A1, is this the residence that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
As you arrive on the street, where did you park your patrol vehicle?
I parked my patrol vehicle. It's not in frame, but it's closer to the south. So down at the bottom, there's an intersection, closer to that intersection.
Is that the intersection of Lineball?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as we are looking at this residence, why did you park all the way down to that intersection?
Because we had an active scene and for officer safety.
As you are going through this for officer safety and you're approaching this residence, are you the first responding on scene?
One of the first. I don't know if I was the first, but I was definitely one of the first.
When you're one of the first on scene at this type of investigation, what do you do?
try to figure out what is going on at the time. Because of the limited resources, we didn't know exactly what we were walking into.
And at this point in time, do you have any confirmation on how many shooters there might be?
No, ma'am.
Do you know specifically what type of firearms might be involved?
We have someone that wants to say hello. Hello, Pawgwyd. Hello, everyone. Pwy sy'n ôl bach there? Mae'n gallu gweld ti, pwy sy'n ôl bach? Here she is, the star of the show. She's just here, just popped in. So, did you, yeah? So yeah, she wanted to come on and say hello to everybody. Do you go hello, hippie chick, and go hello? Do you go hello, hippie chick? Go hello, hippie chick there. You go hippie chick?
Hippie chick.
Yeah. Hello, KD, go ahead. Did you go hello, KD?
Hello, Katie.
Hello, KD. Hello, hippie chick. Oh, hello, Sarah P, go ahead.
Hello, Sarah P.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can all hear her, but she is saying you all your names. So there you go. Ah, Katie's crying. Happy. I'm happy. But then, what's your name?
Daddy.
Raddy. Ah, there you go. So you want to pop? She likes to come on and think she's a superstar, won't it?
Yeah.
Superstar. Who's cute? Me or you? Ah! So, Nanny, do you better that? You're a good girl. She's only here for another half an hour. So, there you go. Sarah P says you're a sweetheart. When does school start back? Ti'n cofio? I think school starts back.
Oh, 3 wythnos.
Yeah, well, about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Oh.
Not next week, the week after. So they have 6 weeks off, and it's been about 4 weeks tomorrow. So, tomorrow to type out there.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone, she says. Roi hwn nôl i nhw nawr, ti'n weld? Ti'n gweud Clary ti?
Na.
Na. Mae Katie gweud bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Katie.
Bye-bye, Katie.
Yeah. Bye-bye, hippie chick.
Bye-bye, hippie chick.
Bye-bye, Sarah P.
Bye-bye, Sarah P.
I think she needs some chocolate. She's had cornetto. Do something fun today. Well, it's currently 7:30 in the evening, so it'll be bed before long. Hello, another CG. Do you win? Hello, another CG.
Hello, CG.
Oh, hello, CG, Gwyd.
Hello, CG.
There you go. She needs snacks. She does need snacks. She's good. Hey, hello, Mary, Gwyd.
Hello, Mary.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's good though. She's here. Her father's gonna pick her. He's just gone to the gym, so they're gonna pick her up. So my sister, I'll explain now. Right, to ta.
Bye-bye.
Right, Ken on to Takida. I'll come 2 seconds. I'll be back.
Bye-bye.
Good girl. Right, ta-ra. So, give her sweets. Then send her home. She had a cornetto. So my second niece, I did a video on this earlier on. It's on my shorts. Had her exams today. She's 15, going to be 16 next week. So my sister's taken her to celebrate with her friends. She did very well today, and because she passed her exams very highly, she's going back to school next year to do her A levels, we call them, which for you in America is your junior year. So she's currently in her sophomore year, and next year she's going back into a junior year, senior year. In the UK, not everyone does that. I saw the video earlier. I'm just trying to explain it because obviously some people are weeded out here. After your sophomore year of high school, you get an option to just go straight out to work, go to college, different, 16 to 18-year-old college, or stay in school to do A levels. She had like very, very good grades. So she's gone back to school to do her A levels, her junior and senior years. So they're just going out to celebrate all of them together. And her birthday is next Tuesday. She's, I think, one of the youngest in the group, which is frustrating for her. Because obviously she's 50, everyone else is 16, and she's, I think her and one other's like 15 years old. So next Tuesday she'll be having her 16th birthday. So yeah, so they're gonna have to celebrate. So my brother-in-law dropped Radhi with me to look after her for a bit, and then she entertains herself, which is great, and then she'll be going home. So right, so there we are. I just wanted to say hello, because I know some of you adore her. So, like I adore her. Right, let's get back to this. Anyway, so here we go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, everyone. Right, here we go.
In the shooting?
No, ma'am.
And do you know where any of the injured parties, if there are injured parties, or the shooter is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And as you come in contact with this residence at any point in time, do you see a female standing on the street of North 23rd Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, stood out to you about her?
She was holding her head, and there was blood on her hands and coming from her head.
And what was her overall demeanor as you're seeing her?
She was very distressed, screaming.
Okay. As you see her on the street, where does she go?
When I see her on the street, she's kind of just yelling frantically for us to help.
And then at some point in time, does she move towards the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As you see her move towards the residence, do you remember specifically where on the residence she goes to?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay, when she goes towards the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
As she goes towards the residence, at another point in time, do you make contact on a second female?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where is that female, or when you make contact or with them?
She came from the north side of the residence.
Okay. And when we were talking about the north side of the residence, is that this gate up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As you see this female, what, if anything, stands out about her?
She was unclothed, and she also had blood on her coming from her leg.
Okay. And same thing about her overall demeanor as you're coming in contact with her?
She was very frantic.
Was she screaming at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you telling these two females to do as you come in contact with them?
I'm trying to get them to go back towards my police car, which was parked at Linebach, because I knew other officers were coming for their safety, to get them away from the residence.
In this type of investigation where there is an active shooter, would emergency medical support come directly to the scene of a shooting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Where would they go?
They would go to a safe, they call a cool zone, where they're not in danger, so away from where a possible shooter might be.
And is that what occurred in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that also the general direction of where you were directing these two females to go?
Yes, ma'am.
As you arrive on the residence after you make contact with these females, where are you positioned on this house?
The southeast corner of the residence.
Okay, so southeast corner of the residence, so over here on the lowest side?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you are positioned on the southeast side of this residence, what are you doing?
I'm trying to see into the backyard.
Okay. As you're trying to see into the backyard, at this point in time, are you making any active attempts to enter this home?
Enter into the residence? No, ma'am.
Okay, and why not?
We're still trying to figure out what is going on or who is inside the house.
Okay. And without any of that information, do you feel like it is safe to enter this residence?
No, ma'am.
I'm now going to publish what has been admitted as State Exhibit D. So you mentioned briefly ago that you were standing by a fence trying to look into the residence to see what's going on.
Yes,
is
ma'am.
this, in fact, a screenshot of that positioning as you're standing on the ground of your point of view?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're standing behind this chain link fence, at some point in time, do you decide to take cover away from this fence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what do you decide to do to step away from this area where you don't have full coverage?
I go south of this fence to the other property where there is a vinyl fence.
Okay. So vinyl fence, we're talking about the next residence, and you said it was south, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the fence, would that be approximately over here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do as you are now at this residence, the property south?
So I check to see if the fence is locked. It is. And now I'm trying to see over just to make sure that there's nothing going on in the backyard. I grab a trash can, which was positioned nearby, and stand on top of that. That way I can see into the backyard.
Okay. And are you ultimately able to successfully do this to get on top of this garbage pail to look into the backyard of our residence at 10,006?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're now on top of this garbage pail, is your view into that backyard unobstructed?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, do you see as you're now looking into that backyard?
I see a male walk from the house.
Okay. And walk from the house and the backyard.
Yes, ma'am.
So turning your attention back to states A1, is this the general area you see him?
Yes, ma'am.
So you see this male in the backyard. Do you remember if you attempted to make any contact with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you say?
I think I yelled at him. I had my firearm in my hand, and I yelled at him, "Hey, police!" I announced myself. "Police, let me see your hands."
And what did this individual do? At any point, did he react to those commands that you were giving him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did he do in response?
Upon noticing me,
Upon noticing you.
he looked at me and then turned and walked back the same path he went.
Okay.
Came from.
And so when we're talking about the same path that he came from, again on states A1, so this little stone path here is that a general direction that he went back towards the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, do you stay on top of the pail, or do you get off?
Once I no longer see him, I get off the pail.
And as you're making contact with him in the backyard, at this point in time, do you see a firearm at all?
No, ma'am.
Do you still have safety concerns about whether or not this individual might be armed?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you are now off of the pail, what do you do next?
Because he saw where I was, I didn't want to be in the same area. So I go a little further south to the actual structure of the building that was south, the residence.
Okay. And as you're going now south towards the residence, is that residence here 10,004?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're going south towards this residence, what, if anything, are you hearing occur?
I hear gunshots.
As you hear gunshots, do you know how many approximately you heard?
Approximately 3.
Approximately 3. As you're hearing these gunshots, is there anything distinctive between these the gunshots?
One was extremely loud. There was some that were extremely loud, and then some that sounded different.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, did you were able to differentiate what those two distinguished gunshots might have meant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
One was from one set of rounds were from a rifle, a high-powered firearm, and then another one I've never heard really.
Okay. Never heard, but you can tell it was a distinct firearm from the rifle that you have training and experience on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after you heard additional gunshots and you're now taking cover at the residence of 10,004 on North 23rd Street, what do you do?
I retreat back from that residence to a better position.
Okay. And when you're saying a better position, is that a better position of cover?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As you are in that position of cover, at some point in time, do you in fact return to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what causes you to go back to the residence?
There are more officers that have taken positions of cover.
Okay. So now do you feel like it is safer to return to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
As you return to the residence, at some point in time, do you come in contact with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When do you first see him as it relates to the residence now that you're returning?
I first see him outside the front door of the residence.
And as it relates to the individual you previously saw in the backyard, what, if anything, do you notice about similarities of these two individuals?
The same clothing.
Same clothing? And do they, generally speaking, appear to be matching the same description of the individual you saw in the backyard?
Yes, ma'am.
As this individual is now in the front yard, what do you do?
He's on the ground with the officers, and we move him out of the front of the front door.
Okay. So as you're moving him away, we're moving him away with Officer Brescia.
Yes, ma'am.
As you're doing this, what was the purpose of separating him from the residence?
Officer safety.
Okay. At this point in time, did you know if in fact he was the shooter that you were responding to investigate?
No, ma'am.
Did you still have any confirmation on what, if any, other shooters might be inside that house?
No, ma'am.
At this point in time, did you also know there was still an active threat towards this individual that you were securing?
Yes, ma'am.
So you,
if you notice, and I haven't seen this for a while, but if you notice, they got like these around the tables, the cloths. I imagine they got that there because most courts don't have it. I imagine they have the cloth to hide the feet because the defendant, I imagine, would be in chains on his feet because he's got no chains on his hands, but I imagine he has chains on his feet. So they don't want the jury to see the chains. So that is the purpose of that. In case you didn't know that.
in time, did you also know there was still an active threat towards this individual that you were securing?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did know that there was, or let me rephrase that. At this point in time, was this individual that you were pulling away from the residence also potentially still in the line of fire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And as you were going through with all these steps on January 17th, 2024, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it capture the events that we've just discussed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to publish what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit B2.
Hey, guys, go in my car, okay? Go to my car. I get it. You don't let us not know. Hold on. That just won't cost. Yep. Mine isn't back. Hey, let me see your hands! Let me see your hands!
I'm going to rewind that a second because I don't see anything. I want to see if we can see it. Right there, is there anything? I can't see him there. I'm not sure if anyone else can see him. I can't.
Hey, let me see your hands!
No.
Let me see your hands! We go, right? Jesse can just ran back in the house. Come on, guys. So why do you go back in the house? There's no rifle back in the house. Hey, yeah. What? I hear you in the back. Say police on your head! Anyone down? Anyone on shooting? Yes? Come on. Down now. Come here. Just say what to. All right. Set up, set up, set up. Set up. Set up. Bring it on in. We're done. Where?
Okay. After securing the defendant in that patrol vehicle, at any point in time, did you actually enter the residence of 10,006 North 23rd Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you stay in the general proximity of that patrol vehicle where he was then detained?
Yes, ma'am.
After detaining the defendant in this case, do you recall, as part of the investigation of an officer-involved shooting, participating in a walkthrough with detectives as they arrived on scene a little later?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that walkthrough, did you provide your perspective and your statement of what occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, did you provide a more formal interview with the detectives at the Tampa Police Department headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look around the courtroom here today, do you see the individual you came in contact with on January 17, 2024, who told you that he was a shooter who used a black powder revolver to commit that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to him and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, ma'am. Right there with a black jacket and black tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
It will.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confirm?
You may.
I still don't know what it is. Are they going for insanity? Are they going for self-defense? Are they going? What are they doing? Literally, I have zero clue what they're doing. As in, I don't have a clue what they're going for.
Plead to pass the witness.
Let's see what happens here then.
Hi, good afternoon, or good morning, I'm
Good
sorry,
morning.
still morning. Officer, why is it that you made the decision to move from the chain link fence area over to the neighboring area?
In terms of which chain link fence?
So initially, we see in your body worn camera that you are in front of the house that's the subject of the service. You're in front of that chain link fence with like the mesh material
Yes,
over it. We see you move to the I don't know what kind of material it was, but the other fence line where you get up on top of the trash can.
Yes.
Why did you make that decision to do that?
Because I couldn't see over top of the chain link fence with a mesh on it.
The mesh made it difficult to see through that fence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you needed a better vantage point, and that's why you had to go to the neighboring yard to look over.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that, that is when you see an individual coming out of the house,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
I know that you just said that you never went inside the house. Did you ever go into the backyard area of that residence?
No, ma'am.
As you sit here today, do you know which door that individual was using to come and go from that house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The door, we'll just say there was no door on the south side of the house where you were able to see, correct?
In the backyard?
Right.
From where I could see, no, ma'am.
Right. So when you see the individual coming or going from inside the house, they would have been coming from, I guess that would be like the west side of the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we hear you voice after. So, well, actually, let me back up. On direct examination, I think what you testified to is that you identify yourself as a police officer and say to put your hands up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After reviewing your body worn camera, though, would you agree with me that we don't hear you identifying yourself? We just hear you yelling to put his hands up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after doing that, the individual that you're talking to in the backyard, that person looks at you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We then hear you voice on your radio that the person goes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him go back inside the house?
Not directly. He went back to where I couldn't see him.
Back the way I guess he came from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very shortly after that is when we hear what sounds to be gunfire, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you saw the person first coming around the corner from out of the house, did you see a firearm in that person's hand?
No, ma'am.
Did that person point a firearm at you?
No, ma'am.
And when you are voicing, I think you also give a description of the person that you're seeing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that to alert the other officers and other personnel on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't actually see the exchange of gunfire, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you hear it?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think what you described is you hear 2 rounds from what you've described as a high power rifle,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Another round comes from a firearm that you don't quite recognize.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way that you can tell that they're 2 different firearms is because they have 2 different distinct sounds.
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, the high power rifle is going to be much louder.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you now know where that high powered rifle sound, where that came from?
At the time, I did not.
But you now know that.
Yes.
And you now know that that came from Officer Gibson's rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was situated on that southeast side of the house where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, thank you, Officer. No other questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah.
Okay. Officer, I just want to first start by just asking you about your perspective as you are looking into this residence, as we're seeing in states A1. So you're looking from over here at the fence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you are looking inside the residence, you mentioned that at this point in time, you can't see if that individual has a firearm or not.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, as you're looking into the backyard, how well can you see this individual's hands?
Not very well.
Or his hands at any point in time raised above his head so you can clearly see them?
No, ma'am.
And is this individual, I think you mentioned on direct, was wearing some sort of sweatshirt on top as well?
Yes, ma'am.
From your distance, can you see within his pockets or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
At this point in time, do you still have concerns that this individual could be armed?
Yes, ma'am.
And as we go to, you were asked questions about your perspective. So I'm going to show you again, States Exhibit D. So you mentioned earlier that you changed your point of view because you wanted to get a better and clearer view into the backyard of this residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we're looking at States Exhibit D, would you agree though that you can partially see in through the backyard, just you wanted a better perspective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there no other questions?
All right, thank you, sir. State may call your next witness.
State calls Officer Sierra. Pete Sierra.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, awesome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, switch yourself up, perfect, adjust that microphone so that this part is even great. And if you could, please, I think we can all figure out how to spell Peter, but tell us how to spell your last name.
My last name is Sierra, Sierra.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So where do you work?
Tampa Police Department.
And what's your current duty assignment?
Currently, I'm a detective with the traffic homicide unit.
Okay, what do you do in traffic homicide?
Investigate fatal deaths, serious bodily injury deaths, and criminal investigations involving traffic.
Okay, would that include things like DUI, manslaughter, vehicular homicide, those types of cases?
Correct.
Detective, how long have you worked for the Tampa Police Department?
12 years now.
And are you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
And did you attend a police academy?
Yes, I did.
And was that before you began your law enforcement career?
Correct.
So right now and over the last several years, as you've been employed with the Tampa Police Department, do you have to undergo annual and periodic training and qualification to maintain your certification?
I do.
So I'm going to call your attention, Detective, back to January of 2024. What was your duty assignment in January of 24?
I was a patrol officer.
Did you have occasion to respond to a location at 10006 North 23rd Street in the city of Tampa, just north of Lineball?
Yes, sir.
On the 17th of January 24?
Yes.
And was that in reference to a shots fired, possibly a son shot mother call?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, were there other uniformed officers on scene?
There were.
And do you recall where you parked in reference to the scene?
Street side, about a house away.
Were you north or south?
I believe I was on the south side.
South side. So did you exit your car and approach, or did you retrieve something before you approached?
I retrieved my rifle from the back of the patrol unit.
Okay. So I want to ask you about that. At that time as a patrol officer, did you carry a duty handgun?
Yes.
And this rifle, was that a rifle that was issued to you or was it privately owned?
Issued.
And did you maintain that in your vehicle?
Correct.
For situations like this?
Yes, sir.
So active shooters, is a rifle something that you're trained to potentially utilize in an active shooter situation?
Absolutely.
All right. Does it give you greater firepower?
It does.
Does it give you 3 points of contact and a more stable shooting and firing platform?
Yes, it does.
Do you qualify annually and train with that rifle?
Yes, I do.
And did you at that time?
Yes.
All right. Now, as part of your uniform, were you issued a body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
And was it on and recording that day?
Yes, it was.
So I'm going to call your attention now to publishing states B5. So it looks like you were keeping or storing your rifle in some type of a steel shelving unit in the back of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And
I will say I'm very impressed with the quality of the body cam videos. They are super clear. Very, very good. Well done, Tampa.
the gun was contained within a rifle case, a zippered rifle case.
Yes.
And pursuant to Tampa Police Department's standard operating procedures, is the rifle, do you maintain a magazine in the rifle but no round in the chamber?
That's correct. No round in the chamber.
So when you obtain the rifle like you did in this case, do you have to charge it with a charging handle to put a round into the chamber?
You do, yes.
Okay. And did this rifle have a red dot optic on it?
Yes.
I noticed on that drawer, I guess, for lack of a better term, that you pulled out that there was a dive tag on there. Are you part of, or were you part of the dive team or any of that, the Marine team?
The car probably was.
Okay. All right. All right. So continuing publishing. So at this point, are you adjusting your optic to make sure your red dot is bright enough so you can see it?
That is correct.
And just for the jurors who don't know, that optic is similar to a scope, but you have a small red electronic dot inside of that.
That's correct.
And wherever that dot is, if your gun is zeroed properly, that's where your bullet's going to go.
That's correct.
Did you just load the rifle?
I did. Check it around.
Now, is that Officer Gibson
That's correct.
to the right of the screen?
Yes,
All right. And were there other officers on scene uniformed and otherwise?
there was.
And you recognized Officer Gibson and knew that he was part of the street anti-crime squad at that time
I did.
or unit. At this time when you were approaching, you know you're dealing with a potential active shooter.
I did.
Okay, so you just had communication, it looked like, with Officer Breacha, and you're asking him, is there anyone in the back?
That's correct.
All right, and why'd you ask him that?
To perform a 360 coverage of the scene. Control.
And when you do that, do you have to be aware of your lines of fire
You do.
and not engage in any kind of a crossfire?
That's correct.
And were you also advised by him just now in the video that a female had exited or two females had exited from the north side and there may be one inside?
Correct.
Okay. Do you now proceed to the rear of that residence?
I do.
Okay, so I want to ask you about at this point what you're thinking about those windows on the north side of the residence that are up to the left-hand corner. Are you aware of those and taking some type of precaution?
Yes, I know I need to get to the back. Also know I'm aware that I am at a great risk with those windows being there.
Okay, and that's because you're exposed?
Correct. Exposure.
So those shots that we just heard, at that point, did you know where that was coming from?
I assume it was someone from the front of the house.
Did you later find out that that was an engagement between Officer Gibson and a suspect on the south side of the house?
I did.
In your body worn camera, it sounds like, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that there's an initial fire and then there's two quick follow-up shots.
Correct.
Now, in this view, in your body worn camera, you're to the rear of the residence. Would the camera be facing south towards the line ball?
I'm not 100% sure.
But it's facing towards the back of the house,
Correct.
at least partially towards the back of
Yes.
the house. And there appears to be some type of structure over here to the right, away from the house.
Yes, it should.
Now, you get about halfway across that yard, it looks like, but do you ever break the plane of that corner
Not at the moment.
to the south side of the residence?
Later when I go around the shed.
Did that appear to be potentially more fire, more gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. Did you eventually go after the front of the house? Well, let me rephrase. Were you made aware later that officers, a stack or a clearing team entered the front of the residence and began to clear it?
Yes, I was.
Did you maintain your position in the back of the house?
I did.
At some point, did an officer come over or through the fence from the rear, from maybe residences that were behind the house,
Yes.
closer to 22nd Street?
Yes.
All right. And did you and one of those officers actually conduct a clearing yourselves of that shed or that structure in the backyard?
Yes, we did.
Did you later come around and take position inside of the residence after it was cleared?
I did.
And were you actually present in the residence when Tampa Fire Rescue came in and checked the victim laying in the kitchen? Did you see a person laying in the kitchen?
I did.
Did they appear to be lifeless?
Correct. Lifeless.
Okay. And was it brought to your attention that other officers had already checked for a pulse and signs of life?
Yes.
Were you present when Tampa Fire Rescue came in and went into the kitchen and checked with actual equipment, putting on diodes on her body to check her for activity?
I was.
Okay. And they ended up pronouncing her deceased?
That's correct.
We have one moment. Sure. I'll tell you the witness, sure.
Cross.
Bear with me just a moment, please, Detective.
He does blink like 100 miles per hour, though. Gee, no, there must be something.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Now, you had the opportunity to go into that backyard as we saw, and also on the interior of the residence, correct? Okay. I want to try and use a crime scene diagram. Sometimes these things can be more confusing than helpful, so let me know if it's confusing. I've got Exhibit C2 that I'm going to publish to you. I want to make sure I'm doing it the right way. All right, can you see that okay?
Again.
Okay, let me try and, I can zoom in or out, whatever is easier. I'm just trying to get as much of it as I can. So this is oriented sort of the way that we see it, the way that you would enter the residence, which is on the east, correct?
I believe yes.
Okay. And when we saw you entering first into the backyard on your body worn camera, we see you entering from the south of the residence, correct? Okay. I'm sorry, nope, that's the north of the residence.
Okay.
I've got my directions all mixed up. You with me? I'm not trying to confuse you, I promise. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's out of the house.
Okay, all right, okay. Really, the whole purpose of showing you this is I want to be clear about where the entrances and exits of the residence are to the best that you can remember. So obviously, we've got that front door here, which is going to be on the east of the residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've got this door, which is going to be in the backyard of the residence where we saw you kind of taking up position. This is going to be on that north end of the residence, correct?
Yes.
There is a second back door in the back of the residence, which we don't see in your body camera, but do you ultimately, are you able to see it when you go more to the southern end of the residence?
Yes, when the shed is.
Okay. And you said that's kind of across from where that shed is that we saw on your body.
Yeah, the shed is probably back here on my screen, but yeah. On the
Okay.
top corner.
Got it. The shed would be to the west in the
Correct,
backyard.
yes.
Okay, got it. There are no doors to enter or exit the residence on that southern side into the backyard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Harmon asked you some questions about, we hear some loud noises that you've identified as potentially being gunshots, correct?
That's correct.
You don't really know it. You just hear kind of loud noises that kind of resemble a gunshot.
That's correct.
Okay. When we hear gunshots, the gunfire exchange between Officer Gibson, we hear on the radio calls out shots fired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that some sort of protocol that when an officer hears gunshots being fired that you have to call out to notify other officers?
Protocols in paper, no.
Okay. Is it something that you commonly do though?
Correct.
And to, again, notify other officers that there's someone shooting at us? Okay. Can I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Detective. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure.
All right, publishing stage C2. All right, so looking at this crime scene diagram you were just asked about on cross-examination, you recognize that as the front patio porch area?
Correct.
And when you entered the residence, the front door would be here where my finger is?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so here's the front door. When you're in the residence, are you generally in this area?
That's correct.
Now, that's after the clearing team has already gone in and cleared the house and determined that it's safe.
Yes.
And that's way after the defendant or the person who was in there has been taken into custody.
Yes.
All right. So you're standing in here. Was your purpose to maintain the crime scene and defend it or protect it?
Yes, security crime scene.
Security crime scene. All right. Now I want to go back to where you were stationed back here during the active shooter event. You come in and come down this side of the residence, the north side. Is that correct?
Yes.
This would be the backyard.
Correct.
All right. This back here would be the back of the house, which appears to be an enclosed, used to be maybe a lanai or a patio.
Yes.
So you're over here generally for most of the event, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And as I said, you never go past this during the active shooter event.
Correct.
All right. Are you aware that there is a back door right here?
At the time, I did not.
You were not. Okay. All right. And if someone, while you were here, had stepped out of that back door and gone around here because of the position of this corner, you would not have seen them.
Correct. I would not. Sorry.
And then after clearing begins up here, after the person has been placed into custody, you and the other officer, you're over in this area here.
Yes.
And I believe you're on that side of the shed, between the fence and the shed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you actually go through that door and clear this shed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Have a
Thank
good
you.
one. State may call your next witness.
State would call Officer Darren Gibson.
I actually don't know what's going on in the sense of I might be missing something, but I don't really know what the defense is yet. Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. What are we on 250?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you employed, sir?
How am I employed with the
Yes,
Tampa Police Department?
How long have you worked for them?
It'll be 8 years in February.
Prior to that, did you have law enforcement experience?
sir.
And where was that?
Pinellas County Sheriff's Office,
How long did you work for the sheriff's office?
just under 5 years.
And are you a certified law enforcement officer certified by state of Florida standards?
Yes, sir.
Did you attend a law enforcement academy at some point in your
Yes, sir.
career?
I did.
And do you maintain your certification through annual training, periodic training, and qualification?
Yes, sir.
Now, drawing your attention back, well, let me ask you, what's your current duty assignment?
Currently assigned to the District 3 office, and I am a field training officer.
Okay, what does a field training officer do?
We train the new recruits that come in after they complete the academy in a 9-week holdover course. Then they come out to the road, and we train them for 16 weeks.
Okay. And during that time, do they travel with you in a patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir. We ride in a 2-man capacity.
And you're training them on patrol, on how to become a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
In January of 24, what was your duty assignment?
I was assigned to the Street Anti-Crime Squad, which is a plainclothes squad.
Okay. And I noticed today, is that your duty uniform now?
This is our current duty uniform, yes, sir. Our
Okay.
Class B uniforms.
And it appears your uniform is in fact a uniform with patches on your shoulders and
Yes,
all
sir.
of the standard Tampa Police Department markings.
Yes, sir.
It also appears that you're wearing a duty vest over the top of the uniform,
Yes, sir. It's a outer carrier vest.
a carrier vest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of the Street Anti-Crimes Unit in January of 24, did you wear in part plainclothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the day of this incident, January 17th of 24, were you wearing a pair of jeans and maybe a shirt of some type?
Yes, sir. With an outer carrier, kind of similar to the one I'm wearing now.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask. So a vest similar to what you have now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what do you carry, or what were you carrying at that time on that vest?
In that uniform with that particular vest, I would have had, I believe, pretty similar to what I have now: radio, probably a tourniquet of some kind, body worn camera, and a pouch for notepad or anything that I might need. Narcan. Yeah, fairly similar to what I'm wearing now.
Okay. And a tourniquet, that's standard issue or something that you carry normally in law
Yes, sir.
enforcement? Is that to administer potential first aid to either yourself or another person?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then the Narcan is if someone's in an overdose situation?
Yes, sir.
Maybe an opioid of some type?
Yes, sir.
Did your vest and your uniform as a street anti-crime unit in January of 24, did it clearly have a marking that you were police?
Yes, sir. On the front and the back.
Now, at that time in January of 24, did you carry a sidearm?
Yes, sir.
And was that an issued sidearm?
Yes, sir.
And were you qualified and trained on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Were you also issued a duty rifle?
Yes, sir.
Again, same thing. Were you trained and qualified in its use?
Yes, sir.
And the standard operating procedure, at least at that time, for carrying that rifle was to carry it with an empty chamber? Is that right?
Yes, sir. In order to carry it in your vehicle, you have to have the chamber empty.
Okay. So if you deploy the rifle from your vehicle, then you're going to load it or charge it?
Yes, sir.
And the magazine that was in the rifle, that was a 30-round magazine?
Yes, sir.
But you would download it to a certain level?
We loaded to 28 rounds.
Okay. So that was a standard issue?
Yes, sir.
28 rounds?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to call your attention back to January 17th of 24. Did you respond to an address on North 23rd Street, just north of Lineball?
Yes, sir.
Early afternoon, just afternoon, maybe 12:45, 12:50?
Yes, sir. I don't know the exact time, but it was somewhere right around noon.
Was that in reference to a shooting call for service?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived as a street anti-crimes unit, is that a type of call that if you're nearby or in the vicinity, you will respond to?
Yes, sir.
Were there other officers responding and on scene when you arrived?
I believe there were already 2 other officers, street officers on scene at the time.
Okay, so patrol officers?
Yes, sir.
Uniformed officers?
Uniform, yes, sir.
Okay. And on that date, were you wearing or were you issued a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Was it recording?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you first arrived, do you park in an area south of the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Is that near Lineball?
I believe it was online ball.
Online ball?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you first arrived, do you exit and approach the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
As you get close to the crime scene, do you, because of the nature of the call, maybe some other circumstances, do you draw your handgun?
I believe my handgun was drawn at the time that I arrived or soon after.
Okay. At some point, did you make a decision to go back to your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What was that for?
I went back to the rear of my partner's vehicle to grab my rifle.
Okay. And did you arrive in a 2-man unit?
Yes, sir. Yeah, with my partner.
Who was your partner?
My partner was Angelica Torres.
And did she also exit the vehicle?
Yes, sir. She did.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and publish states B. First First of all, do you recognize this as a recording made by your body worn camera on that day?
Yes, sir.
We have a, like a 30 feet number of house.
Okay. He has a muzzle-loaded pistol. How many rounds in there? Okay.
So let me ask you, you asked, you know how many rounds? It appears the younger female says it's a cylinder or a revolver, so
Yes,
it should
sir.
have 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to back up just a little. Now, when you were saying this way, you're trying to get them to go south.
Yes, sir. I was waving them towards my partner to exit south away from the crime scene.
Was that for their protection?
For their safety, yes, sir.
So you just said Angie. Is this your partner right here?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And is she dealing with these 2 females?
Yes, sir. Tried to give them medical assistance.
In fact, did she potentially bring a medical kit with her when she came to the scene?
I cannot attest to that 100%. I'm not sure if she had one on her.
Okay. I might show you another video here and ask you again.
Yes, sir.
Might be helpful. So are you now going back to get your rifle?
Yes, sir.
So we just saw you point the gun towards the air and grab the charging handle. Did you charge the weapon?
Yes, sir.
And load it?
I did.
Is that an AR-15 style rifle?
Yes, sir.
And is it loaded with 223 or Remington 223 caliber? Ammunition?
223 5.56. Yes, sir.
Okay. And those are interchangeable round,
Yes, sir. Correct.
ammunition within an AR-15 that's
Yes, sir.
chambered for 5.56?
That's correct.
Officer, if you need to take a break, let us know.
Oh, no, good. Sorry
Okay.
about
No, it's okay. So now it looks like you're taking cover here behind a motor vehicle. Is that parked in the driveway of the residence?
that. Yes, sir.
Get in the house. And also there's another victim in the house. I know that they're conscious enough.
So in your body worn camera video now, we see an individual up here on this garbage can. Do you recognize that as Officer Pearson?
Yes, sir.
Did that, his commands and him pointing that firearm into the rear of the residence, did that draw your attention?
Yes, sir.
So you're asking him, where's he at? Where's he at? Are you asking if he sees
Yes, sir.
the suspect or an active shooter?
Yes, sir.
Just ran out of the house.
Shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, shots fired.
All right. So let me ask you about what just happened. Is there a fence that is placed just south of the residence?
Along the, I think the fence is a north-south fence,
Right.
so it's along the south side of the residence.
Right. And it is oriented north-south?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the fence would be facing towards where you were at to the east?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you look through that fence when you drew your firearm up?
Yes,
your
sir.
rifle? Could you see someone beyond that fence?
Yes, sir.
And did that person, first of all, did it appear to be a man?
The person was wearing a hoodie and the hood was up at the time, so I couldn't tell the gender of the person.
Okay. Did the person do something with their hands that drew your attention?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
I saw the whoever it was raise their arm as if they had a firearm.
Okay. And did you hear shots fired?
Yes, sir.
Towards you?
Yes,
Okay. And did you return fire?
I did.
How many shots did you fire?
I fired 2 rounds.
As you're firing those rounds, are you staying stationary or are you moving?
I'm moving to a better position to cover.
Okay. And why are you doing that?
Sometimes when we train to, when we're involved in firefights, we're told to get off the X is the terminology, and that just means you don't stand in one spot. It's one thing to stand in place and shoot at paper targets, but when you're being shot at, you want to move off your X and get into a better position.
Okay. Move and shoot, I think, is another term. That's
It could be, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That could be one.
all right. So now you've taken cover south of there, or you've changed your position to an area south of where that occurred?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've notified, or someone has notified that shots have been fired?
Yes, sir.
Shots fired. Yeah, shots fired.
Put them on the side window on the south side of the house.
Now, did you see him exit the residence?
I saw the person partially outside of the residence, and I said window, but it was a door. But I did see their half of their body out of the residence at the time.
Okay. Let me. Let me show you what's been marked as States D. Have you previously seen that photograph or a similar photograph?
I've seen a similar photograph, yes, sir.
So is this the house that you responded to?
Appears to be so.
Okay. And is this that fence, that north-south orientated
Yes, sir.
fence that we were talking about? All right. And do you see this blind or mesh that's over the chain link?
Yes, sir.
And it appears in the photograph, would you agree that it's transparent? You can see through it.
Objection.
I can rephrase. Can you see through it?
You can kind of see through it from the photograph. I see part of the palm tree there on the right side.
Can you see the extension of the house?
From this photo, it's kind of hard to see. My eyes were bad to begin with.
Let me ask you this. Is that what you were seeing the person through?
Yes, sir. This isn't an accurate depiction of how opaque it actually is in real life. This photo does look a tad bit darker, but it was brighter in person.
Okay. And it was there sunshine out at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right, sunlight. And you could see this individual through that fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you could see that they were raising what appeared to be a firearm
Yes, sir.
towards you? States C2. If this is the residence that you responded to, and that's that fence, right?
Yes, sir.
This would be the southern end of the house?
That would be, yes, sir. Yep, the southern.
Okay. And when you saw that person, is it possible they were coming from around this area?
No, from my perspective, it looked like they were inside of a wall, like I said, halfway out. So it looked like they were in a doorway of some kind. So I wouldn't think that they would be behind this wall because I clearly see they were outside of some sort of like opening in a wall, not in the backyard.
But when you say an opening, something they can walk in and out of?
Yes, sir, like a door.
Okay. So this is the general area that you saw the person
Yes, sir.
in now? Yeah. All right. So immediately after this happened, you're alerting someone else that this person came out of the door?
Yes, sir.
And fired rounds at you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, 10-6, shot 2 rounds at me, I shot back.
So again, you're alerting in response to dispatch that 2 rounds were fired at you and you
Yes, sir.
fired back?
Yes, sir.
Did you alert dispatch when they,
Go ahead.
Thank
Don't leave, Mr. Harmon.
when dispatch went over the line and asked if shots were fired, did you respond?
Yes.
And did you tell them shots were fired?
Yes.
Did you identify how many?
Yes.
How many?
From this video, I said that there was 2 shots fired at me.
Are you across the street now?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go there?
I use the tree as a better form of cover. Using the vehicle, there's a lot of areas where rounds could skip off the ground or anything like that. So I thought the tree was a better form of cover as a wider area as well.
Just a little bit at the front door. How's it good? How's it good? My computer file is all important. My computer file is very important. Right now.
So let me ask you in sequence here. You run from the tree where you have cover. Is there something that draws you or causes you to do that? Are you hearing something?
Yes, sir. I observed officers making contact with somebody coming out of the residence.
And why did you run across the street and come up to there?
To get closer in case I needed to take a shot. There was issues with crossfire and obviously the officers being in front of the house. I didn't want them to get into the way of my line of sight. If anything were to happen, I would have a better line of sight to the front door.
When you got close and you're behind the truck, you say the house is not clear.
Yes, sir.
And why do you do that? Are you trying to emphasize something to the other officers?
Yes, sir. Where before they started to drag the person away off screen, they were in front of the doorway. So standing in front of the doorway, we call that, we would refer to that as a fatal funnel. We haven't yet cleared the rest of the residents. So if this subject came outside, it's the possibility that there might be someone else inside. So we want to let them know the house isn't clear. Probably get away from the fatal funnel until we're able to make sure the residence is safe.
Okay. Now, at this point, they're dragging the person who's been taken into custody out of or away from in front of the residence.
Yes, sir.
You're continuing to aim your rifle. It looks like other officers. Why are you doing that?
Again, because the house isn't clear yet, there may be another threat that might emerge from the residents. So I just want to make sure while they're in contact with that subject there, that I'm at least covering them along with the other officer there, Corporal Disparty, in case somebody were to emerge on the residence as a threat, and I'd be able to address that while they're dealing with the subject.
What are you doing, Johnny? Somebody was shooting from the door over here. We got one property.
So we can see another uniformed officer over here that appears to be taking cover behind one of the motor vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Is he also pointing a firearm towards the residence?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking for a shield. You mean a ballistic shield?
Yes, sir.
Did you have one or were you equipped with one?
I was not assigned a shield, I don't believe.
And why were you asking for a shield to be brought up?
It's a usual tool that we like to utilize when we do clearings of any kind of structures that we're not sure what's on the other side of, just for extra protection.
Okay. Is it something that's designed to protect you from gunfire?
Yes, sir.
So you shot out of this door over here, shot. You came out and popped up your rounds.
Again, are you telling your fellow officers that this individual fired twice at you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, those be on the table here. We're gonna clear. Set out. Stand by. Check what we're hitting you up. Yeah, by the way, there. You're not a shooter. Therefore, we can give him with this white. The color of the back. Okay. No problem. Anybody in the house? We don't have power to make your there. If you want to get this power, we can force it back on you. Yeah, please. I got this thing. Hey.
All right, so a couple of things to ask you about there. We'll start with what we heard last. You and other officers are indicating covering certain windows. So what is that concern? What are you doing?
Basically, it's trying to explain it in layman's terms. It's basically like areas of threats. If we're going to be obviously entering through the front door, the areas that are not our main concern at the time are going to be windows, because obviously we can't enter in through windows if we're going into the door. So we just want to coordinate that somebody's watching windows in order to relay any information to us that might be necessary before we enter. Hey, blinds are moving on the north window, whatever the case may be. So we're just trying to make sure that every point of a potential threat is covered by somebody who's not in the stack going inside the house.
Is that to protect not only the officers that are covering, but the officers in the stack?
Yes, sir.
And the stack, can you describe what that formation is?
Stack is just essentially a single row of officers, 2 to however many, that are going to plan entry into the structure.
And do you normally or commonly use the shield as the front of the stack?
The stack is usually led by somebody with a shield. Yes, sir.
The other question I was going to ask, were there commands being given to anyone that may be inside the house?
I believe so. That's typically something that is done is we would do call outs. We would let them know that obviously who we are and to come outside. I don't recall if any commands were given just because there's a lot going on, but I would imagine that somebody did probably provide some commands at some point.
Going to back up slightly. And are you covering one of the windows at that point?
Yes, sir.
Police department! If you're in here, make yourself known! Are there commands at this point being given to anyone who may be inside?
Yes, sir.
I got a door at the end of the hall. It's not open.
Please. Please.
The beeping inside, does that sound similar to a fire alarm?
Yes, sir.
You hear us?
No.
So are designated areas of coverage being assigned at
Yes,
this
sir.
point? So after the stack enters, you clear to the right in that little living area where there's a bed. Do other officers in that stack go south into a southern room and clear that room?
Yes, sir.
Do you maintain that area you're in right there until they get back?
Yes, sir.
And then do you and the rest of the team then proceed forward from that down
Yes,
the
sir.
hallway?
Down the hallway.
And do you clear several rooms in the residence?
Yes, sir.
And is the residence clear?
Excuse me. Other than the gunshot wound victim in the kitchen, the residence was otherwise clear.
Okay. Was anyone else located inside the residence?
No, sir.
Any other men or women or children?
No, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, there were officers to the rear of the residence?
Outside?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, the person who was taken into custody, did you get a look at them?
I did not.
Right. Where was your attention drawn?
To the house.
If we go back and look at that, let me do that real quick since I have you.
I'm not sure 100%. I'm not sure 100%.
Uniforms are all important. I can tell you why they're very important right now.
So that person who was brought out, let me back up a little bit. I think he's already on the ground when you get around that car. Other than him being on the ground, do you see him in an upright position at all?
Other than when he first came out of the house, which obviously is not captured on my camera. Other than when he first came out of the house, I did not see him after that point in an upright position.
In any event, from what you can see in your body work, does it appear to be the same a person dressed the same as the person who fired at you?
Description, yes, sir.
Okay. Could you see him well enough, other than seeing an individual with a hood raising a gun and firing it at you, to be able to identify them?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there anything about the appearance of this person that made you believe that it wasn't the same person?
That it was not the same person?
Yeah.
There was nothing that made me think that it wasn't. I believe in the video I had expressed I was fairly certain that it was.
Yeah.
I couldn't say 100%, but I was fairly certain that was the same individual.
Now, after
Are the defense going to say that it was another shooter or something? That's the only thing that I can think of. They'll say there was another shooter.
you participate in this clearing of the residence and the house is cleared, do you exit the residence, come back to the front?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, are you meeting with supervisors? Do you meet with a PBA representative?
Yes, sir.
And is that the Police Benevolent Association?
Yes, sir.
Is that a union that represents officers that work at Tampa Police Department?
It is.
And do they provide that person to you because you're getting ready to conduct an investigation of your shooting?
Yes, sir.
And are you asked by a homicide detective to participate in a walkthrough there at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree to do that?
I do.
And in furtherance of that, are photographs taken of you both front and back? And also, do they ask you to stand in positions that may be relevant to the areas involved in the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
Publishing states F, 1 through 11. States F1. Okay. Do you recognize the photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph of you on that day, January 17, 24?
Yes, it is.
States F2. Is that another photograph?
Yes, sir.
And were these photographs that you were asked to pose for by the detective and a crime scene technician actually took the photographs?
Yes, sir.
States F3. Is that you in the scene on January 17, 24?
Yes, sir.
Between the time of the shooting and this is States F4 and these photographs, did you change your appearance in any way? Take anything off your uniform other than handing your rifle to the detectives?
No, sir.
States F5, were you asked to stand in the position or near the position you were in when you saw the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're doing in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now, this shrubbery here, does that appear to be a dividing line between the two properties?
It appears to be that way.
States F6, were you asked to take a position as if you were holding your rifle at the time you discharged the firearm or the incident started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you asked where you believed the shell casings that were being ejected by your rifle, where they may have gone?
Yes, sir.
Did you attempt to assist with that?
I did.
States F7, is this the rifle that you were issued and that was you utilized that day in the shooting?
Appears to be so.
States F8, just the other side of the rifle?
Yes, sir.
States F9, the receiver of the rifle indicating the manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this rifle is a 6-hour manufactured rifle?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's an M400, SIG M400.
Yes, sir.
And States F10 just showing the red dot optic on the top of the rifle?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be a Vortex brand?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize that emblem as Vortex?
Yes, sir. I'll try to see what the model was. But
Okay. And that's a company that produces optic sights for rifles and handguns?
Yes, sir.
And then States F11, was the magazine from your rifle and the round in the chamber all unloaded and photographed?
Yes, sir.
After participating in the walkthrough there at the scene, were you asked to come to the Tampa Police Department to be interviewed by Detective Hill?
I don't recall the detective, but I was interviewed at the headquarters building.
Okay. And was there also a detective, maybe at the scene and at TPD, for the walkthrough at least, from professional standards?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, was a separate investigation other than the legality of the shooting also investigated by professional standards to determine if your shooting violated any of the internal policies of the police department?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Were you at some point advised that this case was presented to the state attorney's office?
Sustained to the, yes, yeah, sustained.
Okay. Were you alerted, or at some point did you learn that you were cleared by the state attorney's office?
Sustained. What, the question? Yes. All right. The question stricken.
Okay. Were you ever charged in any way related to this incident?
No. Overruled.
Okay. And did you act in self-defense?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to, or were you relieved in any way of your duty after the shooting?
As a standard, you're relieved for a certain period of time for you to be able to be evaluated just to make sure you're fit for duty. That's the only time I was away was for that.
All right. And that's standard operating procedure in any officer-involved shooting?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did you fully cooperate in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
When that individual pointed the firearm at you and fired, were you in fear?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fear of being struck?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fear for the safety of your own life?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived on scene, were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
And when you went to the scene and attempted to make contact with any active shooter, were you acting in furtherance of your duties as a Tampa Police Department officer?
Yes, sir.
When you fired your weapon in self-defense, were you acting in pursuit of your duties?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Tender the witness.
Ross.
I think we got Jekyll and Hyde here, proper defense. I think the brunette one is a nice one, and this one's the pit bull. This one's going to be the one that's like, whoof, the bitch. Just because we haven't seen her yet, and the other one's been very nice up until now. So this one's probably the one that's going to be like, like, I know we're playing this at speed, but fucking hell, its blinking is off the charts. Look at that.
That's all behind the camera.
It must be some sort of condition he has to blink that. It might be nervous tick or something, because That's a lot.
Thanks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today, besides being under the weather, Officer Gibson?
I'm well. Thanks for asking.
All right. All right. So let me ask you, today you are dressed, you would consider that a uniform, correct?
Yes,
All right. And in fact, you have patches, as Mr. Harmon pointed out, patches on your shoulders.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that day, you indicated to Mr. Harmon that you were wearing a tactical vest. Is that a good way to describe it?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So states F1. It's a photograph you discussed with Mr. Harmon. That is you that day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you wearing, obviously this is taken the same day,
Yes, ma'am.
but are you wearing all of this stuff like on your chest area there? That's
Correct.
on your tactical vest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, there appears to be some things that are even obstructing the word police.
Yes, ma'am.
Bear with me. I don't want to mess these exhibits up. Yes. Yes. All right. When you're out there, you do in fact see an older female and a younger female that do appear to have some sort of injuries.
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like you're engaging in some conversation with the older female,
Yes, ma'am.
trying to ascertain what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, normally you're going to use your department issued semi-automatic firearm.
In a normal course of duties, yes, ma'am.
Normally.
Mhm.
And in fact, in this situation, based on the circumstances, you did go back and get the rifle that you had. in this
Yes, ma'am.
case, right? And in fact, I saw some other officers on the opposite side of the house had rifles as well.
Yes, ma'am.
When you assisted in the sweep of the home, you in fact saw the firearm on the kitchen table
I saw a firearm on the kitchen table.
or
ma'am.
dining room table,
Yes, ma'am.
the room that's outside the kitchen.
Yes.
It's all kind of one big area.
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, were you privy to Mr. Banks indicating where the firearm was?
I believe someone had mentioned it was possibly on the kitchen table or something similar to that effect.
And that's where you saw it.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. All right. Let me ask you generally about your body cam. Somebody says, "Where's he at?" That's you, right?
I would have to hear it again to see whose voice it was.
All right. Well, let me ask you. Somebody says, and we just of course saw where he at, and Officer Pearson is responding. He went back in the house.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Give you the full context there. Sorry about that. All right. And where's he at? You say. Officer Pearson says he back in the house, and it's very quickly, maybe, and I'm going to say about 2 seconds after that, we start to hear gunfire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you will agree with me that this residence is in fact fully fenced, correct?
I'm not sure if it's fully fenced. I just know there's a fence at least on the front portion of the residence. I'm not sure if the backyard's fenced in.
You didn't go to the backyard. That's not your job back there.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Certainly the part you were dealing with had different types of fences,
Sure.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me first show you what has already been entered into evidence. States C. Looks like C1, part of the diagram. Crime scene diagram done in this case. It's C1. Now, if you can, are you able to tell me what some of these things are we see on the diagram? Take a look at it, especially to the left side of the diagram. See if you can recognize some of that.
Yes, ma'am. Looks like we have a white pickup truck. We have a blue, maybe van of some kind on the far left portion.
This one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Some kind of shrubbery that's marked number 3. 3. And some other sort of foliage marked 1 and 2. And I am assuming where the 4 is marked is possibly where shell casings were recovered.
4, it's hard to see. I don't know if I can zoom in. Could that be a pair of glasses?
It could be.
Okay. We'll talk about it later with other witnesses. It's fine. How about 1 and 2?
Oh, I see 2. Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No, that's
I'm not
kind of why I zoomed it in. You said you don't have great eyesight. I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
I can
Today,
relate.
I didn't take my contacts out last night, so my eyes are very dry.
Okay, no worries. All right, so 1 and 2, and it's in some kind of bush or shrubbery there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and 1 and 2, those are going to be your rifle casings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and in fact, this fence here, and I'm pointing to the fence that runs, that would be,
North to south.
I was going to say
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
All right. White PVC fence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that kind of is really the neighbor's fence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and then at some point, we have a little bit wooden fence. Do you remember the wooden portion of the fence?
Is that the east-west fence there? I believe so. Yeah, I think so. Yes, ma'am.
And I'll get you a picture in just a minute. I just want to finish off with the diagram. And then we have back here, and I'm pointing to the furthest towards the top of the diagram. That's going to be west, just off the bushes and trees that are marked number 3. That's going to be your privacy chain link mesh fence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you're not actually seeing through, certainly, a PVC fence.
No, ma'am.
You're not seeing through any wood portion of the fence.
No.
And you're not able to see over any fence, correct?
No, I'm not tall enough.
Okay. I was going to ask how tall you were.
Yes, ma'am.
The only fence you're able to get somewhat of a look through is going to be the chain link fence, which is covered with like a green mesh, like privacy.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to call it mesh? Is that good?
That's what I would refer to it as. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. And in fact, Officer Pearson actually has to go over and stand on.
Objection, whatever speculation she's asking you.
I can be first.
Well, I want to hear the question.
Did you see Officer Pearson retrieve a garbage can, move it near the PVC fence, and actually get a look over the fence?
No, ma'am.
You never see him do that?
I did not see him retrieve the garbage can.
Do you see him on the garbage
I
can?
do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So Officer Pearson is on top of a garbage can, and then he's able to look over the fence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's look at some of the. Some of State's Exhibit K. All right, let's start with State's Exhibit already entered into evidence.
Here she is, everyone. Guess who's back? Back again. Bex is back. Tell a friend. How are you, Bex? How are you? People wondering how you are. People miss you. Like, obviously, I don't miss you, but some people have asked, "Where's Bex? We miss her." I don't know why they miss you. I have no idea. But so yeah, it's nice to see you, my darling. Hope you're doing well. I'm very well, thank you. It's nice to see you, my darling. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see everyone. It's nice to see a small group. Don't lie. Here we go. Katie missed you. Katie is having some tanning. She's on a tanning session. She's had her bits tanned before her Mexico trip. So, yeah. No, I like a small group. I like the little group we got here now. It's nice. So, Dave has been here. Dave we like has been in. Dave Umberger has not been in. So yeah, it's a few places. Hippie chick. I was busy arguing with my husband because he wants to host his draft here. I don't want a house full of men for hours on a Saturday. Just think about leverage, how we can use that for yourself. Maybe he just has to pay for you to go and do something. I don't know. Spa evening. We miss you too, Bex. Yeah, I mean, look, so I also, just because two of the biggest whiners here are Katie and Bex, I will be streaming a bit more on my sports channel as well. So, you know, I don't want the two of you to think that you can't speak your normal selves and just speak as you normally do. You know, so I hope you still come in there because it'll be the same people in there, even though we don't like football. But it'll be, you know, Sarah P will be there, Josie will be there, Dave will be there, probably Bad Daz will be there. So make sure you come over to that just because it's not this channel. But I will do a little bit on this channel as well, don't get me wrong. So I've missed all of you. There we go. We missed Sarah P. I don't blame you at all. I miss you all too. Baby, great mind things alike. I said that as well. I never whine. You just bitch. Sorry. Bitch, I should have said. There you go. Oh, thank you, Sarah P. I think everyone here is registered, but, you know, yeah. If Bard is there. No, but honestly, I please, I know last time Katie used to say, I don't want to come in here and speak. Listen, just be yourselves in there. It's fine. You know, just be your normal selves. It's fine. The only person has to behave a little bit in there is Bad Daza. So, well, I'm going to play this again, but let's chat.
K8, is this the fence that we see in this photograph, Officer Gibson, with the mesh privacy cover over it?
It appears to be so.
Okay. Appears?
I can't tell without the context of what the rest of this house looks like, if this is the same exact fence or not.
And fence,
you have like a wider shot of this.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can find one for you. How about this one's a little bit wider, and this is going to be State's Exhibit D. Let's try this one, Officer Gibson. A little bit wider shot there for you.
This, I believe, is the one that we've already seen. And
Well, that's the one I just showed you, and you said you wanted a wider photo.
that looks more actually narrow.
Okay,
Yeah, is there one that shows like the front of the house?
let's see. How many fences were there that had privacy mesh over them?
I just don't want to speculate. I want to be able to see the whole front of the house. I get a clear picture if that's the correct fence.
Maybe this.
I don't want to speculate.
Yes, maybe this will help. Well, we don't want you to, so I appreciate
ma'am.
that. All right, let's look at K6. To the left side of the photo, does that help you?
Yeah, that is exactly what I needed.
Okay, so that's actually the one you can see someone through.
Yes, ma'am.
You say you can see someone through.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then let me go back to the photo I just showed you, and this is States D. And I do believe that is a photo taken from one of the body cams.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that then appear to be the same fence?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And one of the original photos I showed you. Let's look then back at one of the photos I showed you, K8. Does that also appear to be the fence that we need to focus
Yes,
on? Gotcha. All right. You do have to admit that your view is somewhat obstructed
Sure.
by this privacy fence. All right.
That's the point of them, right?
What now?
I said that's kind of the point of them, right?
Yeah, that's right. That is the point of them.
Mhm.
And in fact, really, the only thing you could make as of a person was some type of silhouette.
Sure.
Okay. And it did appear you could see maybe a black hoodie that was up.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the person you see later, you see the clothing again.
Similar.
Similar
Yes,
clothing.
ma'am.
Okay. And I even hear you on the body cam, you say, not 100%, not 100%.
Correct.
Okay. But it appears to be the same person.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Basically, what you're getting of the suspect is a general clothing description.
Correct.
Okay. That's all you're able to give us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A lot of photos. You can bear with me,
Mhm.
officer. Which I think now I just messed up.
Yeah, I agree with this.
I saw you about that. All right, so let's look back at photos you looked at with Mr. Harmon briefly in terms of your view at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're actually at some point in the body cam, we see you behind a white truck. You have your rifle and you're like on the back bumper.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you're going to move further west onto the neighbor's property,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And then you move a little bit to the right where you pretty much are shooting and someone shoots at you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so F5, is that what you were demonstrating in your interviews to in fact be where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you would also agree with me, you're pretty far back from that privacy fence mesh, are you not?
In this photo, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, there's also some trees to your right and some foliage there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You have all of this, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, F6. That is again similar, just a different view of the view that you are showing everyone, hey, this is where I was approximately.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, general area.
Right. So you're at least certainly much further back from where the vehicles are and further back from the PVC fence. And I'm calling it a white PVC fence.
This fence here?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Call it that?
That's what I would call it.
Very good.
Vinyl.
What now?
Vinyl fence.
Vinyl?
Yeah. Sure, there's many names for them.
I wonder if PVC means that.
I don't know, but we can agree to PVC.
All right. All right, so let's talk a little bit then about this firearm that you saw. Officer Gibson, are you not assuming this is a firearm?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I'm sorry. Am I assuming that
You assumed it was a firearm,
that was utilized?
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because you can't get a total clear view of that either.
Sure.
Honestly.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
very good. And all of this that is happening, of the person coming out, raising something, the shooting at you, the shooting you do, that's all happening really quick, right? Okay. And whoever is shooting at you is back behind this privacy fence on the opposite side of where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, it just appeared to you to be a firearm, correct?
It was through the totality of everything. It appeared a firearm was raised, and I heard what sounded like the distinct sound of a gunshot. So yes, ma'am.
When you say totality, it's just like radio traffic and what you're hearing and the CAD calls.
Totality of the instant of arm raising, distinct sound of what I know from my training experience to be a gunshot.
In fact, that's what you saw. You saw an arm being raised and a gunshot.
Heard a gunshot, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, the object that you see, you've also described as some object.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. So what I want to move to that side of the house and let's go over, you said on direct, you saw him or whoever it was come out a door. Remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
You said he was standing at the front of a door. Do you remember that? That was direct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On direct, he was in a doorway.
Yes, ma'am.
And on direct, he came out the door.
Yes.
Remember saying all that on direct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, first in the body cam when you're first speaking, I very clearly hear you say he came out a window.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which is it?
Did
you know?
I had just gotten shot at, so I think I misspoke when I said window. But every other testimony I've given since has always been door.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Always door.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't you, in fact, at the last testimony say door or window when you came?
What testimony when
they
Rephrase the question.
I will judge. You indicated that you said window in the very beginning, right?
in the body camera? Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you say you have been consistent since then that it's been a door.
Yes, ma'am.
Standing in front of a door, coming out a door.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Haven't you, in fact, given prior testimony, twice, in fact, that it was a door or a window?
At some point, I may have possibly said that. I'm not sure without hearing any kind of audio or anything.
Okay.
But I would say it's a possibility.
Have you been able to have an opportunity to review your deposition prior to testifying?
Yes.
Okay. And a deposition is basically where you're under oath to tell the truth, just like you are today.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Dunker's there. I believe Mr. Harmon was there.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're being asked questions under oath.
Yes.
And it's being transcribed.
Yes.
All right. All right. If I was to show you a copy of that court transcript of the deposition, official transcript, do you think it might refresh your memory as to whether you were indicating door, window, both?
Sure.
Okay.
He hasn't indicated that he needs his memory refreshed. He has agreed with her. It's a prior consistent statement.
I can do the other way then.
Okay, go ahead and do it the other way.
Okay.
Can I see what you're asking?
It's the deposition, page 20, lines 9 through 16. Absolutely. I would like you to look at it though, okay? All right, I'm going to approach the witness.
You may.
I'm just going to hand you a copy of the deposition you gave.
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, that is November 7th of 2025. And I'm going to show you what is page 20. I direct your attention, start back at the question at line 7 and go through 17. Just look at it yourself and then I'll ask you another question.
Sure. What line do you want me to end at? Sorry. 17?
Yeah, okay. Or you can go a little further if you need to.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right. Now do you see what we were talking about?
Sure.
All right. So you, in fact, because you said that you said window just on the body cam, and then you've said door ever since.
Sure.
You do, in fact, in your deposition, which was last November, you do say that he appeared to be sticking out a window.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's because something about you can only see the top part of his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me ask you the same question concerning, you gave some court testimony what, about a week and a half ago,
Yes,
exact date being August 6th of 2026.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was in court?
Yes.
Court testimony. All right. You indicated that, did you not, that you heard on the body cam that he came out a window?
If that's what's on the record, yes, ma'am. I don't recall.
That's okay. And in fact, in that testimony, which I believe would be the last testimony before today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was either a door or a window.
I don't recall. That
I absolutely can show it to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think looking at a copy of the testimony, court transcribed, would refresh your memory as to what you said about it being a door or a window or either?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Tell me the page.
Yes, I'm looking, sorry, because a lot of it is body cam. So I'm going to 33. And 30. You guys have 19 and 30?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Oh,
Sure.
set it. All right. All right, I'm handing you what purports to be, this is the excerpt of proceedings from your testimony on August 6th.
Yes, ma'am.
It is all of this, but I'm going to show you what is page 33, starting, I'm going to put back a little bit, starting at line 16 to the end of the page, hand that to you.
This from
And then
last.
you do it. Yeah,
Okay.
about a minute and a half ago. That would be the last testimony you gave.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you see in fact where just August 6th, you were like a door or a window?
Sure.
Getting really mad.
Judge, I would object and ask that she read the entire question and answer.
All
right, go ahead.
Read that from the witness. All right, I'm going to go back to 16, Mr. Harmon. This is page 33. Did you recall just reading? Did you hear the description of the suspect being relayed by Officer Pearson? I don't recall, was your response. At some point, question being asked, though you actually get a chance to see the individual with a gun coming out the window on the southern side of the house, correct? Your response was, yes, ma'am. I'm presuming it was Ms. Snugger, door or window.
Yes.
Good, Counselor?
Your Honor, I object and I ask you a question.
Sure.
Okay, just one more thing then. We're just going to talk about this door or this window that you've been talking about, right? All right. So I have against dates diagram. This is C2. A little hard to see. So we do have some pictures, but we'll give it a attempt with the diagram. Move it up that way, but I don't want to limit anything of what you see. Okay, C2 then.
I'm sorry.
Is that
that's
fuzzy?
better for me. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Can you see that, officer? Because it's better. It's not fuzzy, but it is small. Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that the only door on that entire left side of that house is this door, which is coming out of the utility room?
I'm not sure is there like a legend that shows what each symbol means?
That I can't answer
Okay,
in
yeah,
terms of
sure.
the person who did the diagram.
Yes, ma'am. No, I can't say for sure.
Okay. Then let's just finally look at some pictures about that, see
Yes,
if
ma'am.
that helps you. Then I promise I'll be done. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry you don't feel well and you have to go through this.
I'm fine.
I haven't forgotten. I know everybody needs a break. I'm trying to get this officer done so he doesn't have to come back after lunch. That's all. If it's going to go too much longer, I'll take the break. All right, go ahead.
Promise, Judge, we're just going to look at a couple.
Don't worry,
things.
you've got
All
to do what you've got to do. Don't
Thank
worry.
you. All right, I think I found some. Let me ask you, do you actually walk all the way along that left side of the house?
Along the south wall?
Yeah, like
No,
maybe
ma'am.
or something.
I do not.
You don't walk all the way back to like where there's a shed in the back.
No, ma'am.
So we're just talking about what you believe you perceived.
Sure.
All right. So let me show you K20. And you see this right here. And I am pointing to the door to the utility room. It is next to a window that has a wall unit in it. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. K21, we just have a shot here. And we have the same door to the utility room with a window that has a wall unit in it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the door to the utility room, the house, for better words, jets out further than that. And that's this photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in fact, if you are on the driveway, you're near Officer Gibson, you're off back in this direction.
Yes.
And I'm kind of pointing just for the record, more towards the driveway, in front of the street,
To the east.
front of the house,
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the east.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. I'm glad you said it, because I wouldn't have known.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you see here, you do agree with me that this jets out?
Yes.
All right. So what I want to ask you then is, you can't see him standing in front of the door,
Mm.
right? Like you said on direct, in front of a door, coming out a door. So what door are you talking about, officer?
I guess it would have been a window.
And what window are you talking about? Look, let me put it back. I don't want to rip that away from you.
From this angle, I can't see the wall on the south side of the residence.
And south side, are you speaking this way?
South would be, if you're looking at the picture, it would be to the right.
To the right? Okay, well, the house ends right here, correct? And this is K21?
There's a wall to the right of his door, right? That's a room. There'd be a wall to the right now.
Why don't you, may he step down very quickly?
You may.
So, you know, when to turn the chat.
Is there a wall, like, this is a door to the backyard?
Well, it's a side yard.
The side yard, so is this the street right here? I don't see these photos. So
Okay. Sure, no. Yes, the street will be past the fence.
nothing between this wall here and the street. There's no wall here.
Well, there's a wall, there's no door.
That's what I'm asking. Sure. Probably put it in a wall here. I don't know. Is there a photo of this wall right here, or what's on the
I
other side of
don't
this
know.
house here?
Let's see.
'Cause I don't think that's.
Oh, here. This is a little bit further down, K25. Now I think you can see, is this going to be?
That's
the
what I'm asking.
wall?
Yes,
What is
ma'am.
that wall?
That would be the south wall.
And the area with the door to the utility is going to be more than that way, and I'm pointing off the left of the photo.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
So again, there's no door.
Yes, ma'am. There is.
There is a window, but it's much closer up front,
Sure.
correct? Okay. So you're not really able to tell us where the suspect came out of,
Correct.
where exactly they were.
Sure.
Bottom line of all
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Officer Gibson. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
No further questions. I hope you feel better.
I appreciate it.
Sam, as far as you, officer, I'm showing you D. Would you agree with me based on the timestamp? As far as you know, that appears to be a still shot from a body worn camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's overruled. And the time is 12:47:54.
Yes, sir.
Is that about the time you're there at the scene?
It was around noon. So yes, sir.
Does state's case 6 that counsel was asking you about, does that appear to be at noon?
Yes, sir. Appears to be midday.
Does that appear to be later in the day with the deep shadows and the sun setting off to the side?
It's been asked and answered.
To be honest, I am not good at where shadows line up at certain
If
parts.
crime scene technicians came out later that day and were taking these photographs.
It would have been far later than
Okay.
the actual time of the call.
So at the time this was taken, and this has been identified as coming from Officer Pearson's body worn camera before he got up on top of the garbage can.
Yes, sir.
Okay? This would have been at the time the event occurred. is that
Correct.
Right?
Yes, sir. Based on the timestamp.
All right. And you can see that there is daylight on that side of the fence.
Yes, sir.
Flowing into that yard.
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you real quick, because you've indicated you're having some problems seeing today because you didn't take your contacts out last night.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to do that. They're single use contacts.
Single day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that day,
Expensive.
did you have your contacts in?
Yes, sir.
Could you see okay that day? All right.
It makes looking up close blurry, not distance.
Not distance.
No, sir.
You have good distance.
Yes, sir.
Any issues with your ability to see on the other side of that fence from where the shooting happened?
No, sir.
When this person came out from wherever he came from, in your viewpoint,
Yes, sir.
you asked questions about assuming it was a gun.
Yes, sir.
When he fired the gun, based on your training and knowledge of gunfire and what it sounds like, and I'm assuming prior to this day, had you ever heard a gun go off?
I have.
And throughout your training and throughout your annual training, do you fire your gun or hear gunshot?
Yes, sir.
And is that more than once a year?
Yes, sir.
Is it frequently?
Yes, sir. I used to work at a gun store before this as well, so I've
Okay.
heard gunshots pretty much. all my life.
And did you any mistake in your mind that that was gunfire?
No, sir.
So any mistake in your mind that that person was firing a handgun at you?
No mistake in my mind.
So as far as the question about all you could see was a silhouette, you could see more than a silhouette. Would that be a fair statement?
I could make out a general description of what the person looked like. What I meant was I couldn't see like facial features or anything like that, male, female, just a general description of the subject wearing a black hoodie.
K22 was shown to you of the back door. And I believe you were shown the area on the south side of the house. K22, that area would be the south side.
Yes,
This
sir.
Over here. Okay. Now, you said in the testimony that you were asked about earlier, I think it was from last week or the week before. You were asked a question, and this is the same line in page counsel. Okay, at some point though, you actually get a chance to see the individual with the gun
Yes, sir.
coming out of a window on that southern side of the home, correct? So the person's asking you that question, and first of all, it's in a leading fashion, is that right?
That's correct.
Where they're suggesting to you it's a window, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you say, yes, ma'am, door or window.
Yes, ma'am.
If the person is leaning around the wall and doing this, could it also appear, and they're standing at the edge of a wall, would that also have the appearance of looking at a window?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I'd never seen those photos before, and I never walked along that wall.
That was my next question. You never went into the backyard?
No, sir.
Did you go down that area where the person that shot at you, that you shot at, where he was
No,
when it
sir.
happened?
Not even when we cleared the residence.
Okay, all right. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to have you sit there. I'm going to let the jury go to lunch. Make sure you wear your juror badges. Sorry to keep you so late. And I ask you to be back at 2:00 and we'll resume with the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Okay, so fuck. So back from lunch, let's have a gander. First witness after lunch, here you
It's
go.
spelled T-A-K-E-S-H-I. Last name is spelled N-I-S-H-I-D-A.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
Work for the Tampa Police Department. Law
How-
enforcement officer.
Yeah, go ahead. How long have you worked for TPD?
It'll be 9 years next month.
Okay. And what's your current assignment?
Patrol.
Patrol. Okay. And is that also commonly called uniform patrol?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to call your attention back to January of 2024, where you
He seems very serious. He seems very, very serious. The hotkey's gone. No, I came back. You might need to refresh the stream, Bex. I'm back. You see me, here I am. The hotkey, I never went. I did go, but I came back. So you might be behind on the stream. I'm here. So
you working in the same capacity on that day with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
All right. And before I move forward from that, officer, are you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And do you go through annual qualifications and testing and training to
Yes, sir.
maintain that certification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to call your attention back to January 17, 24. Did you have occasion to respond to an address on North 23rd Street, just north of Lineball?
Yes, sir.
And when you responded, was that in reference to a call for service at that address?
Yes, sir.
10006, I believe, North 23rd?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was it your understanding that this was in reference to a shooting and possibly an active shooter?
Yes, sir.
And did you approach the scene from the north or from the south?
From the north.
At some point, did you park your patrol car and exit and start to proceed to collect something before you went to the scene?
Yes, sir. Once I got out of my patrol car, I went immediately to my rifle because if it's a shooting, I want my rifle.
Now, your rifle, was that issued to you or privately owned?
Issued.
And like your sidearm that you carry pursuant to your duties, is that a weapon that you are qualified to carry and that you train with?
Yes, sir.
Were you dressed on that day similarly to how you're dressed today?
We didn't have load bearing vests, I believe, back then. And I was wearing my issued police jacket because it was cold.
It was cold. Okay.
Yes, sir.
January.
Yes, sir.
So other than your jacket is over what would normally be your uniform?
Yes, sir.
And well, we'll see as we move forward. You were issued a body worn camera on that day?
Previous. Yes, sir.
Previous to that. Okay. But you had it on your person on that day?
Yes, sir.
And was it mounted in essentially the same position it's mounted today at the center of your chest?
Yes, sir.
Was it activated as you approached the residence?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you just have a chance to review some video from your body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
This video we're getting ready to watch, is that accurate video that was recorded that day by your body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
So this shows you arriving at approximately, if you look at the timestamp, that the cursor is at 12:49 and 48 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And we have the date, January 2024. Axon, is that the company that produces and maintains the body cameras?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish B3.
You may.
So I'm going to stop real quick. We can see the edge of a zipper. Is that the edge of your jacket you're wearing?
Yes, sir.
And we can see long sleeves up to your wrists.
Yes,
That's
sir.
part of your jacket.
Yes, sir.
So at least a portion of your jacket is open and that we can see the zippers.
Yes, sir. It's open so it's not blocking the camera.
And it appears you're also wearing gloves.
Yes, sir.
So now you've got keys. It looks like you're going into some type of a drawer. Is that where your rifle was maintained?
Yes, sir.
That motion we saw you do, was that racking the charging handle
Yes, sir.
below the weapon?
Yes, sir.
So as you're approaching, the body worn camera appears to reflect there's an individual over here in the yard to the south of the residence that you're running towards. You see where my cursor is?
Yes, sir. I see Officer Trent Pearson.
Okay. And that's another uniformed officer?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, were you both on the same squad?
Yes, sir.
And was that as part of a district patrol unit? Let me rephrase. What district of the Tampa Police Department is this?
District 1, Sector A.
District 1, Sector 8. So part of the same sector, I guess.
Yes.
And the jurisdiction of the city of Tampa is divided into different districts
Districts and then sectors and then zones.
and then zones. Okay. And I believe, and I'm going to go back, I believe at some point here, we hear someone yelling, "Show me your hands." You tell me if you hear that. Someone say something about hands.
Yes, sir.
So that gunfire you just heard, did you hear a distinctive 3 separate sounds?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear an initial sound and then a rapid double tap or
Yes.
double fire? The last 2 rounds, did that sound consistent to you with a rifle?
Yes, sir. It's much louder.
Okay. And are you familiar with the sound of the AR-15 rifle?
Yes, sir.
And is that, are you familiar with that based on training?
Based on training, and I've been qualified with a police rifle since, back when I was in the sheriff's office.
Okay. And you have prior law enforcement experience prior to being with Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
What agency?
Orange County Sheriff's Office, Orlando.
Orlando? And how long were you with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 6 years, 9 months,
And did you train on the AR-15 platform rifle at that time?
extensively.
And you maintained that proficiency and training throughout your time with TPD?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're also hearing officers saying shots fired, shots fired?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like you just hit your mic to indicate shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
Is that being relayed to dispatch?
Relay to dispatch and everyone listening.
Let me ask you, it appears you're having some issues here with maybe the caps on your optic, your red dot optic.
Yes, sir. It's a protective rubber cap. Not my choice of protective.
So you're trying to keep it from flopping around. You're trying to secure it.
Yes, sir.
So that yelling we're hearing, is that coming from within the residence?
Correct.
Can you see the person opening the door when they're yelling that? Or were you in a position to see that?
I'm not sure if I saw it or not.
Hands up!
Right, one quick thing before whilst I remember, right? So today I was up early today because obviously my niece had exam results. Oh, thank you. I've not had anything through, but thank you for trying though, Katie. I had a Starbucks today, people, right? You know how Starbucks are, you get I asked for a large, skinny latte. So you get your mug, whatever it is, that I got it. I brought it home. I didn't drink it. Brought it home. I was going to have it this afternoon. I went to reheat it, and if that's the large mug, it was there, like 3/4, or even 2/3. I would say. I was pissed. Do you know what I mean? I should have checked it, maybe, but the lid was on. I didn't even think about it. But yeah, it was down to about there. I was so annoyed with that. So annoyed with that. Has it come through? I haven't seen. Hang on. Let me just double check for Katie. Let me just go in here. Because Sarah P says, thank you for the coffees. Oh no. What's this? I got something here. Oh, I've not had it through, but apparently you have bought coffees. Hang on. I got to put a code in. Bear with me, people. There's only 4 of us here, so it's fine. Here she is. Hang on, let me put it here. Thank you for the coffees. Oh, you're welcome, Sarah P. You don't need to do that, Lord, not to stop the damn stream for it. No, I wasn't. I was just speaking about my Starbucks experience. I didn't even realize. I'll have to transfer the funds to me since I do all the work anyway. That's true. She has a 50% cut of everything. She said, if I will not mod for you unless I get 50%. So YouTube takes 50% and Sarah P takes 50%. So there you go, Katie. Bought you 5 coffees for closers. Thank you very much, Katie, for the coffee. I appreciate that. I didn't stop it because of that. I stopped it because of my Starbucks story. So, but thank you very much. I just seen it now.
Put your hands, put your hands. Put your hands. Step out. Come out the door.
Officer, is this Officer Breacha?
Yes, sir.
Come outside. Get up to the door. Stand up. Come the window. Come the window.
Was that Corporal telling you to cover the window or asking you to do that?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Now, shortly after this, is there a team formed to go into that residence and clear the residence?
Yes, sir.
And do you maintain coverage outside of the residence of the windows during that when they're doing their entry?
I believe up until they made entry, I don't want to continue to cover the window with my rifle pointed inside the house when they're inside the house.
Right, up until they make entry. Once they're inside, you don't point your rifle towards the officers.
From what I recall, yes.
Now, at some point after that, after the room or the residence is cleared, is the person that we saw being taken into custody, is he transferred from Officer Breacha's vehicle to your vehicle?
I'm not sure whose car he was initially in, but he did end up in my car.
Okay. And did you go down with him and help escort him back to your vehicle?
I believe so.
And was that person walked up to your car, up through 23rd Street, north of the scene, back up to where you were parked?
Yes, sir.
Where we saw you come from when you went to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And was he searched outside of your vehicle before being placed in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you states G1 publishing. First, I'm going to ask, do you recognize that as being a still shot from a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the person here?
The sergeant?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
Sergeant Dusty Rhodes?
And did he assist you in searching and making sure that this individual was safe before you put him into your car?
Yes, sir.
States G2, as G is in golf. And before he was placed in the car, were all of his pockets searched?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, did you remove his socks, check his socks before putting him back on his feet?
Yes, sir.
States G3, is that a picture of the person in the back of your patrol car?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point later, did you in fact drive that vehicle and transport that person somewhere?
Yes, sir.
And was that to an area in downtown Tampa?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
411 North Franklin Street,
And what is located at 411 North Franklin?
our headquarters.
I'm going to show you states G is in golf 4. Is that the same individual in the back of your car?
Yes, sir.
And this blue that we see up here, is that the front of the building as it appears on Florida Avenue?
Yes, sir.
States G5. Is that the same individual in the back of your car?
Yes, sir.
After arriving there, did you at some point remove the individual from your car and escort him inside of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
After escorting him inside the Tampa Police Department, was he at some point escorted up the elevators to the 8th floor?
Yes, sir.
And was he taken to the homicide division of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Approximately, I think it was around 4:30 to 5 that afternoon. Were you relieved by another officer?
Yes, sir.
Was the individual being detained there in the homicide unit in a holding area?
Yes, sir.
Publishing states P1. Is that area where you took him to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this the holding cage up there on that floor?
Yes, sir.
States P2. Is that the individual?
Yes, sir.
And states P3. Same
Yes, sir.
person? I'll take her the witness, Your Honor.
Ross?
Do you need these things?
Hi, good afternoon. When we hear you on your radio, when you're at the scene, saying shots fired, why do you do that?
When somebody, especially an officer, is shooting.
Is that to alert everyone around you and including alerting, I think Mr. Harmon mentioned dispatch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you saying that on your radio, I think we also hear Officer Gibson alerting that shots were fired, correct?
I believe so. I probably said it because I didn't hear him say it over the radio.
Got it. Okay. But that's pretty customary. When you're on a scene and whether it's an officer or another individual is firing shots, you're going to alert people shots fired, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We just watched your body worn camera. And would you agree with me? We only hear you call out one time shots fired, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in relation to the exchange with Officer Gibson, correct? When you first arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you very much.
Any redirect? No. All right, thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
State may call your next witness.
State call Sergeant Gus.
Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
All right, just adjust the mic so that it's even with your mouth. And I think we are familiar with the wrestler. And
Correct,
so-
not related.
And so I think your parents might have named you after him. I don't
It was
know.
a nickname. It was a nickname from my grandfather. So
All right, well, there you go.
Yep.
All right, and so I don't think we need you to spell. All
Gotcha.
right,
Yes,
go
ma'am.
ahead, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
Sure, I'm a police sergeant with the City of Tampa Police Department.
What are your current duties as a sergeant?
Current duties is a patrol supervisor, where I lead a squad of about 9 or 10 officers, depending on the day, and we answer calls for service.
Back in January of 2024, were you working in a similar capacity or the same capacity?
Yes, the same capacity.
Were you familiar with officers Breacha, Pearson, Nishida, those officers?
Yes, sir.
Did they work under you?
Some of them did, yes.
And Sergeant, can you tell the jurors how long you've worked for the City of Tampa?
Yes, it'll be 25 years this November.
Okay. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No, sir.
And Sergeant, before you began your law enforcement career, you had to attend a police academy?
Yes, sir.
And do you undergo frequent and annual training qualifications to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to call your attention back to January 17th of 24. Did you and other members of your squad respond to a call for service at 10006 North 23rd Street in the City of Tampa?
Yes, sir.
And was that a location just to the north of Lineball?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did some of your squad, members of your squad, namely Pearson, Breacha, and Nishida, did they respond on to 23rd Street and actually to the front of the house?
Yes.
Where did you initially respond?
22nd Street, which is 1 block to the west.
To the west. Okay. So I'm publishing states A1. And I'll just orient you, Sergeant. This is our response address, 23rd, 22nd. Can you show us generally or tell us generally where it was you responded? And
Yeah, generally it was just to the west of the residence on 22nd Street and in the front yard.
just give me 1 minute here. I was trying to make sure this is clear for you. Will that come back on, Ash, or do I have to do something? I just turn the light off on that. Well, maybe it's already done. Okay, all right, good enough. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, so I think this gives us better definition. But anyways, if this is the response location, can you just show us generally where you initially responded to or point to it?
You can step down.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Generally this area right here.
Okay, so that appears to be directly to the west of the address?
Correct.
And did you in fact go anywhere closer to the address other than the front of that address or that residence that's behind the response address?
Yeah, and again, I believe it was on this side of the residence, and it was to the fence. There was a fence that separates.
At some point, you might want to stay there for a second. At some point, did it come to your attention that a suspect had been taken into custody?
Yes.
At the front of 10006?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear requests for a shield, a ballistic shield?
Yes.
Did you know what they were talking about?
Yes.
You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And did you in fact respond to that location with a shield? Did you have to retrieve that from somewhere?
My
Okay, so you have one issued to you?
It's to the squad. I just carried it at that particular time.
So it's for the entire squad?
Correct.
All right. How many officers are part of the squad?
It depends on anywhere between 9 and 12.
Okay.
Staffing issues and stuff.
Okay. And to bring the shield to the front of that address, how did you go about doing that? How did you travel there?
So I drove with my police car. Initially, I think I parked over here somewhere, and then I brought it back this way because I needed the shield, and then I ended up driving around over here, parking it, and bringing the shield up to the front residence.
All right. And did you, in fact, once you brought a shield, did someone else bring a shield?
Yeah, someone else had this.
All right. So now you have two shields. At some point, did you and other officers form a team to clear the residence?
Yes.
And did you, in clearing the residence and approaching it with those shields, did you use a formation known as a stack?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what that is?
Yeah, it basically just for officer safety reasons, you know, put the shield up in front. It's only, you know, it won't take any rifle rounds, but it'll at least give us, if a guy has a handgun, you know, we'll be able to at least have some kind of protection. So we keep the shield in front of us, and then we have officers like stacked behind us. That's where the stacking goes in, and then we do the best we can to keep the shield as we move through the home in certain tackle ways to their home. And at that particular time, we did have someone that we that was a little better at clearing homes, and he was kind of giving commands.
Okay. Did that include commands to the house itself, to anyone that may be in there?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what was said, but you know, we always try to get people to come out before we do it.
Okay. All right. Once you got inside the house, did once the area just inside the front door is secure, I think there was a living space as you entered the front door to the right that there may have been a bed. Once that area is cleared and directly in front, there doesn't appear to be a threat. Do you break away with other members and go to a southern area of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Just stay where you're at. I want to show you a crime scene diagram. States C2. I'll orient you here. Once I get this properly oriented. Okay, this would be the patio, this would be the front door. So once this area here is cleared, and the area in front, this hallway here, appears to, they're not an immediate threat, do you then break away with other officers in this direction?
Yes.
Okay. Do you enter through this doorway here into this southern part of the residence?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you to be an attached area of the residence? Maybe this might have been a garage or something originally?
Yeah, it did appear to be attached. It wasn't like we were walking outside. It was part of the house.
It was part of the house. Okay. So you walk in here. Do you walk clear this area?
Yeah, there was someone that cleared this area. We kind of looked, and then I continued this way.
Okay. Did you continue to this laundry area and that back door?
Yes.
Once you got to that back door, did you go outside and look around and then come back in?
Yes, sir.
After this area is cleared, do you in fact drop your shield and then walk back to the east, going back to this area?
Yes.
All right. You can have your seat, Sergeant. Thank you.
Now, I would say this statement is true. There's always someone a little crazy out there than you. Unfortunately, I don't think that's true for Bex. I think that, yeah, she's a complete crazy tune. So, although this statement is that Katie's put in is 100% correct for pretty much everyone in the world, I don't think it applies to Bex. So, sorry, Bex. That statement's false for you. Anyway, hello, Bolsketti. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well.
State would publish States B6.
You may.
Thank you. Yeah, open that door. Okay, so is this actually the back door?
I believe that's where it is. Yes.
Okay. Now, it appears you have the shield in your left hand and your handgun in your right hand.
Yes.
The shield has some type of a handle on the inside.
It does.
Just us, come on. Come on. Come on, just us. Friendly.
Now, are you all saying that and yelling that to officers who may be in the backyard?
Correct.
Just to identify yourselves?
Yes.
Let's somebody clear one more room.
And now are you heading back?
Don't look it up, Bolsketti. It finished today. The verdict came in, so don't look it up. I'm finishing it off tomorrow with the verdict and everything. So if you look it up, you've got to see the verdict. But basically, this guy, the defendant, allegedly killed his mother's friend, shot his mother, but he just grazed her head, so she was fine. and shot his daughter, 17-year-old daughter, while she was in the shower. She got away, but he did shoot her in the leg. He also wanted to date his own daughter. He wanted to be in a relationship with his own daughter. So yeah, it's crazy. It's a Bex trial. Do you know what I mean? And I appreciate that the Sarpi is trying to save face here for Bex, saying that she's been in contact with crazier than Bex. You've heard about this. No one streamed it. That's why I did it. No one streamed it. So I thought, I'll stream it. But the verdict's out there. It was over 3 days, this trial. But by the end of tomorrow, I'll have covered it all. So don't compare me to... Okay, that's fair. I won't compare you to this level of insanity, but you know what I mean. You are crazy. Talking about crazy, she's back. Hippie chick, hello, my darling. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. She's back, everyone. She's just been on a holiday to Texas, but she speaks like y'all. Hey, y'all. Hippie chick in the house. I did see a picture of you, hippie chick. I don't know where I saw it or how I saw it. It wasn't on Facebook, I don't think, but I saw a picture of you somewhere. I was like, boom, chicka, wow, wow. You look very hot, hippie chick. I don't remember where I saw it, though. You were dressed up like some cowboy or something, but it was like, I was like, yeah, you were flaunting it, girl. You were working on it, you know. So, yeah, I still don't know where I see it. It wasn't on Twitter, was it? It wasn't. Was it your? I don't think it was your Twitter though, because I've been looking for the pictures. Like, fuck, I need to find this picture. We already started. I start when regular school starts. We take off November, December for the holidays, and do some through the summer. Ah, there you go. That's good. That was my bringing sexy. It brought sexy back. Let me tell you. You posted it. Okay, happy days. I will go and look at that. I will download it and I will add it to my collection. Thank you, hippie chick. I hope you've enjoyed my photos recently. I've been wearing all hippie chick gear. I got my hippie chick mug. I've been wearing my indie top for most of my walks. I've been wearing my Indianapolis hat. I wore it today as well. So my Colts hat.
To the east.
Yes, now heading east.
And then now back into the dining area and kitchen area?
Correct.
I'll go and find it. Hang on, Bex. I'll go and find it.
And now are there officers beginning to clear the rear rooms of the residence?
Yes.
All right. Now, is this facing into the kitchen?
Yes, it is.
All right. And we see an individual laying on the floor here. Do you then check her for signs of life, vitals?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
She'll carry her out. She'll carry her out.
Okay, so it looks like you were feeling her neck for her jugular or her carotid artery?
Yeah.
And you didn't feel anything?
Correct.
I didn't see it.
Now you felt her chest, and now are you feeling her
radial?
Her radial?
Correct.
For a radial pulse in her wrist?
Just trying. I'm not the greatest at finding pulses, but there was nothing.
There was nothing. And now are you trying for a brachial pulse?
Yes.
They're still clearing. They're still clearing. Let fire know. We have a potential overhead. So no, there's no pulse on it.
Now at that point, had fire rescue, amplifier rescue staged around the corner on line ball?
Yeah, I don't know where they were staged, but they usually do that until we clear the house.
Okay. And you were telling that officer to let them.
Right. For all of you that want to see Hippie Chick in all her glory, she's bringing sexy back. Let me get this. I can't play the music because I'll get copyrighted. But here you go, Bex. Here you go, everyone. This is Hippie Chick. I'm not sure if this was the one I saw, but it's the same outfit. So this is Hippie Chick. Here she is, working it. I can't play the music because of copyright, but there she is. I'm sure I saw another one of you, but yeah, looking good, hippie. Looking good, my darling. I'm sure there's another one though. So there you go. Right. Maybe you tagged, yeah, maybe it was definitely that outfit I saw you in, but it was definitely a picture I saw of it. It wasn't a video. But I'm barely on. I'm barely on Twitter. Golly, hippie. I know, she's looking red hot. Bow chicka wow wow. Oh, maybe that's where I saw it. Hang on, let's go Facebook then. Maybe that's where I saw it. Because love these pics, hippie. You married? She is married. That old dog, Steve. He snapped it right up. There you go. You did have cow. Yes. I think this was it. Yes, this was it. This was it. Hippie chick in all her glory. Hang on, let me make it bigger. Facebook share. Here she is. There you go. Oops, CG says boing, 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 boing. I married that lucky guy, I know. He's a very lucky guy. Happily. You let me know if he messes up. Hey, get in the queue, Bex. You're married. Sometimes I'm happy. I know you're always happy with him. But you look very, very. You're bringing sexy back. I love that. Not only do you look fantastic, hippie chick, you also look very happy, which is amazing. I love that. So, you go, girl. I love it. Riverwalk. Sarah P knows where this is. That's the Riverwalk in San Antonio. There you go. Sarah P knows everything. So there you go, everyone. Right, boys. Have you perved enough now, lads? CG, Marky, everyone? Oh, you look very tan. We need to see Katie's photos next when she comes back from holiday. I just want to make sure the lads in the chat have had enough time to perv and screenshot it and stuff. So, right. Let's get this trial back up. But I love that. But you do genuinely look happy, hippie, and I love that more than anything. Right. Let's get this back up. Could you replace your square with her photo? I'd love to. I could stare here all day, Bex. I know everyone would prefer to stare at hippie chick than me. I know. I love the sun. Well, we love you, hippie.
No, you have a gunshot wound, but no signs of life.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to publish states B7, and this is the body-worn camera of Officer Reynolds. So first of all, is this the other individual with the shield?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that person?
Yeah. If this is Reynolds, yeah, the name. If you give me a little better facial.
Yeah, I'll go back to where he walks up.
Just starting. The bald head guy?
Yes. It's all right, Sergeant, if you don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I can't.
Okay. It's obviously another Tampa Police Department officer.
It is.
Okay.
All right, so push up. Hey, TK, hold on that window. Actually, yeah, hold the left window. I'll cover the door. TK, hold right window.
And TK, do you recognize that nickname?
Yes, TK Nishida.
Police department! If anyone make yourself known!
Push up to the threshold. Yeah, push up to the threshold and hold. All right, hold. Okay.
You do that?
Yes.
Hold. Hold. I got one victim on the ground in the kitchen. Yeah, I can't see any movement. But just hold it. I'm gonna push this door open a little bit further. Let's see here. I'm gonna need somebody to cover the right. I need somebody on long. I'm gonna push the door. I'm gonna hold long, cover right, okay? Yeah, so it looks like it just opens up in this family room and into the kitchen here on the left-hand side. All right, so just move up. See this threshold right here, the door or the wall? Let's move up to there. Ready? Move. Right here, right here. Right hold. Okay. Push me. Here you go. Check the bed. Under. All right, so we have one.
Are you familiar enough with the officer who was involved in the shooting that day, Officer Gibson?
Yes.
To recognize him?
I do, that's him.
That's him right there?
It is.
Okay. We're seeing intermittent light shining. Are there weapon-mounted lights attached to these rifles?
They must be, I don't own one of those, or I'm not issued one, but they do, they have them.
Open door on the left. Okay, let's do this. Let's clear that left side first. Okay, if we can. Hold that door, Sarge, hold on that door. Yes, I'll have it over here.
So during this time period, is this when you and the other officers go through the south end of the building?
Yes,
Not the building, but the residence?
Yes.
He's actually moving now, so we can have a little bit more coverage. All right. So looks like this right here is another room, hallway. Open door on the left. Yeah, can you take the boots off to the right? Or sorry, to your left?
So there's probably a bathroom back to the left. The door's open.
Doors open.
The door's on the right, and it's like it's all on the far side of the
Yeah, perfect. Push up to the first floor. There's no rush. Yep. There you go. Left is small. Another doorway. Alright, so what's that? Alright, so here's what we'll do. Okay. We'll push past this door here on the right. Okay. We're gonna move into the unknown, which is straight ahead of us. And open the door.
Somebody want to go get it from here?
Okay. So let's finish your first. So. I don't want to overlap. Yeah, I'm gonna do the other shit here because we're gonna have to clear this. Let's clear this as well. Okay. So what I want to do, let's push forward. You're just gonna body block this. You're standing in front of it with the shield. Okay. Cover right. Okay, and then you can play with us. And just watch that. There's a clear this left inside. Yeah, just set the threshold. I'm gonna to the left and just go over the door. Yep. Great. Hold. Hold. Right. Yeah. Keep pushing. Hold this. Okay. Yeah. All right. So you guys are gonna push this door. One pop back door. See that door? That door. Hold on. Just hold right there. Shower. Right, shield back up here. Right here. Okay. Right. Go to the right. Clear. I got access there. Close. Okay. Just check, just do some secondary, just make sure like any crawl spaces, anything like that.
And Sergeant, a secondary search, is that going through more detailed, like areas of hiding or crawl spaces like the officer was saying?
Yes, sir, just to make sure we didn't miss it in the first time. And it was Officer Niepert was the.
That's the officer to the right there with the shield?
Correct.
Okay. We have one moment.
Sure. Any cross-examination?
Just a moment, please. Hi, good afternoon, Corporal.
Afternoon.
Is it Corporal or
Sergeant?
Sergeant? I'm sorry.
It's okay, you just demoted me.
Okay. Well, you have my blessing. Really just one question. So we watched some portions of your body camera footage. That is not your complete entire body camera footage, correct?
Correct.
There are just portions, the relevant portions that are played here for today. But for example, when you respond to this call, that body camera footage, that starts from when you're in the car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is on for the entire time of your relevant participation in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect? Thank you so much. Have a good one. State may call your next witness.
State calls Michaela Banks.
Oh, Michaela isn't. That's the mother. Oh, this is his mother. Is it the mother taking the stand? No, his daughter. Okay, people, this is the daughter taking the stand. This is the one that he wanted to date, his own daughter.
The testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. Let's see. Do me a favor, get that microphone that's in front of you, adjust it so that it's kind of close to your mouth, and you see this part here, look at what I'm pointing at. Make it even with your mouth, because otherwise it will not project what you're saying. Perfect. And if you could spell your first name, I think we can all figure out Banks, but spell your first name for us.
It is Makayla.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Banks, can you tell the jurors generally what you do for a living?
I work at S&T Bank currently. I work in their legal department, so I do writs, garnishments, levies.
Okay. And is that a bank located in the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes.
And is that where you reside now?
Yes.
How long have you lived in the state of Pennsylvania?
I had moved up there a little before graduation, so May of 2024.
Okay. And did you in fact graduate from high school here in Tampa?
I did.
Was that after the incident in this case?
Yes.
And were you able to matriculate with your high school class and walk and go through the ceremony?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention, ma'am. Well, first of all, can you tell us how old you are currently?
I'm 20 years old.
In January of 2024, how old were you?
17, almost 18.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 17th of 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Approximately 5 days before that day, on the Friday before this incident, did you move into a residence on North 23rd Street?
Yes.
And when you moved into the residence, was that your grandmother's residence?
It was.
And did your father live there?
Yes.
What's his name?
Michael Banks.
What's your grandmother's name?
Normal Banks.
And did your little brother live there? One of your brothers?
Yes.
And is that Jaden?
Yep.
And at that time, was he 16?
Yeah, he's a year younger than me, so yes.
Okay. And was he in high school?
Yes.
On this day, when this incident happened, was he at school?
Yeah, he was driven to school that day.
And you didn't go to school that day?
No, I had online classes.
Okay. All right. Was there also an individual named Josephine Muentus that lived at that residence?
Yes.
And did you understand her to be your grandmother's roommate?
Yeah.
You can.
Oh, the headphones are back on. The headphones are back on. If you didn't see, he's allowed to listen into sidebars. There he is. He's allowed to listen. Because he's got cuffs on, so he can't walk up to sidebar either. So there you go.
States, I'm going to publish states H3. Do you recognize that, ma'am, as a photograph of yourself?
Yeah.
And would that have been consistent with your appearance during that time period, January 24?
Yes.
States H2. Who is this individual?
That is my grandmother, Norma Banks.
What do you call her?
Nana.
Nana. And states H1. Do you recognize that as Ms. Muentus, Josephine Muentus?
Yes.
So we were talking about the fact that you had moved in the Friday before this incident.
Yeah.
In the days before this incident, do you recall, especially the day before Tuesday and the Monday, do you recall your father making statements to you concerning you being involved in a romantic relationship with him?
I do.
And did he ask you to become his wife or his girlfriend?
He did.
Did he ask you to become his lover?
He did.
Did that make you uncomfortable?
Yes.
And I don't know if you were staying in that room when you first moved in that house, but did you begin to stay in your grandmother's bedroom in the backyard in the cottage?
I stayed in there from night one, yes.
Okay, from the first night. Now, the night before this happened, which would have been Tuesday night, do you remember the defendant, your father, coming to that cottage or into some other room of the house that you were in and screaming and yelling at you?
I do remember.
Do you remember him at some point making the statement, you either are going to be with me?
Don't leave.
Okay. Do you remember him making a statement concerning you being with him or leaving the residence?
I do.
What did he say?
He had told me to either enter a relationship with him or to get out. He was screaming. I was trying to ignore him the whole time.
Did he appear to be upset?
He was very upset.
After that incident, did you have discussions with your grandmother about leaving?
I did.
And did you want to leave soon?
Yes.
After that? And did your grandmother agree with that?
She did.
So I want to take you to the morning of the 17th of January, 2024. At some point that morning, did you sleep that night in the cottage behind your grandmother's house?
I did, yes.
At some point, did you get up from sleep and go into the residence to use the restroom?
I had entered only that morning with her when she went to go make her coffee.
Okay. And do you remember at some point her or you going and taking a shower?
Yes.
All right. Now, before that, do you remember being in a bedroom in the residence where you had your stuff in that bedroom?
I do.
Do you remember which bedroom that was?
It was that little small bedroom. It was kind of like a closet room. It was across from the bathroom.
So I'm going to show you an exhibit that is in evidence. States C is in Charlie 2. And just to kind of draw your attention to what we're looking at, I know this is a crime scene diagram, but if this is the cottage in the backyard, and that's the back door, and this is the southern room of the residence, kitchen, bathroom, would that room have been one of these three here?
Yes.
Would it have been this one?
It was that one.
Now, in the front living room, we see what is depicted in the crime scene diagram as a bed. Is that an area where your father had set up his, I guess, bedroom, for lack of a better way of saying it?
Yes, that is.
So that, well, let me show this again. Let's see too. So the bedroom we're talking about, would that be fairly close in the hallway to the bathroom, directly across the hall?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of that room?
That is.
And that was states K274. This is K as in Kilo 275. This is another photograph of the room. So there was a bed in the room?
There was.
And a dresser?
Yep.
And a closet?
Yes.
States 276. Were there items hung on the wall?
There was, yes.
Did that include a map of the world?
Yes.
Were these items here, were those your items?
I'm pretty sure some of it was. I had some of my things on the bed, not all of them.
States K277. But again, you were not sleeping in there. You were sleeping back in the cottage with your
Yes.
grandmother. And then states 278. That's just inside of the closet, refrigerator.
Yeah.
States K279. Some items on the floor. K280. Would this be back towards the hallway here?
Yes.
States K282. Now looking out the doorway of that room, can you see the doorway to the bathroom?
Yes.
That morning, did you end up going in that room and beginning to pack?
Yeah, I was packing up some of my things that morning, yes.
And did you and your grandmother have a plan as far as that involved the airport, the Tampa airport?
Yes.
And what was that?
We were just going to pack my things and try to get a flight when we went to the airport.
At some point, did you go into the bathroom and take a shower?
I did.
And did your grandmother, to the best of your knowledge, go into the kitchen to have coffee?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you some photos of the bathroom. States K283. First of all, when you went in there, before the incident happened, was there any damage to the door or bullet holes in the door?
There was not.
States K284. Is this the bathtub and shower?
Yes.
States K286. Just the shower curtain?
Yep.
And the rest of the shower? States K291. Was this dark grayish black mark on the door when you went in before the incident?
That was not.
States K292. Was that damage present on the doorway before this incident?
No.
States K296. Was any of these cracks or that hole in the door prior to the incident?
No.
Was that black sitting on the door prior to the incident?
No.
States K303. Was the mirror on the back of the bathroom door broken and shattered with a hole in it?
Prior, no.
States K307. Was this hole in the tile in the tub? Above the tub?
Prior, no.
States K310. So nothing like that in the tile prior to the incident?
No, sir.
So you're in the shower. At some point, do you hear something that draws your attention?
Yeah.
What do you hear?
It sounded like a really loud pop, kind of like a microwave exploding or something like that.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry.
That's okay. Maybe you could get closer to the microphone or have it closer to you.
Yeah. So I had heard a loud pop sound, and it kind of sounded like, a microwave exploded or something.
Okay. When you heard that, had you finished bathing or what were you doing at that point?
I was rinsing the conditioner out of my hair, and I had not finished yet.
Like, poor thing. At 17, your own father trying to seduce you and trying to, that must scar you for many years. I mean, how she lived, you can't put that out of your mind for sure. Poor thing. Not only just dealing with your father trying to have a sexual relationship with you, but he also tried to kill you. And he shot you, he tried to kill you, and you've still got the after effects of all that. Oof. She's one brave motherfucker.
Did you have your cell phone with you in the bathroom?
I did.
Where was it?
It was on the toilet seat.
Okay. And did you at some point during this incident, did you hear more noises?
The only other thing I heard was someone scream, "Michael, what are you doing?"
Michael, what are you doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get out of the shower or did you grab your cell phone?
I had gotten out of the shower and I was standing right in front of the toilet with my cell phone.
And did you prepare and send a text message to your boyfriend?
Yes.
What is his name?
Daniel.
And at that time, where was he?
Pennsylvania.
Your Honor, can we approach? Sure.
No, I am not officially back doing trials full time or anything. This was a trial no one was covering. Bex, to be quite honest with you, no one was covering it, and I was like, "Oh, do you know what? This sounds interesting." So I'll cover because it's done by tomorrow. When I cover it tomorrow, we'll be done with it. The verdict and everything will be done. So that's why I did it. No, I can't. I still can't come back full time to do. I will pick and choose. Mark Sanchez is the trial I want to do. 8th of September. If it's being streamed online, I'll cover that. But yeah, no, I'm not back. But I'm also going to be on my sports channel a little bit more, smaller videos. I will do a few more videos on this channel, live videos, but not proper trials. I just don't have the capacity to do it. It's just they're long days, and I don't want to go back to do loads of long days again. It's not worth it for me. We'll have another chat at the time.
Right. Michaela, I'm going to show you states J as in Juliet 1, admitted into evidence. And I'm going to ask you, first of all, the top portion of this, that photograph of you and the name May, M-A-E, is that the contact that your boyfriend has you under in his phone?
Yes.
Okay. And is May, is that a nickname you go by?
Yes.
And are these text messages that you prepared while you were in the shower after hearing that event?
Yeah, I had sent them to him after I heard it.
And you told him, I heard gunshots, I'm in the shower, please just me overthinking?
Yes.
Now, at some point after hearing, Michael, what are you doing? Do you hear other noises that suggest someone is near the bathroom?
I had heard somebody walk over when they got close.
In the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear that person enter a bedroom?
Yes.
Or appear to enter a bedroom? And was that your brother Jaden's bedroom?
I'm not 100% sure whose at the time it was, but I'm pretty sure it was his.
So going back to our crime scene diagram, stage C2, you've identified, just for reference, this would be the bathroom, shower, sink, toilet. This was the room that you had been in earlier, right?
Yes.
Which one of these other two rooms was Jaden's?
The one with that blue bed that's like in front of the bathroom.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. And this bedroom was his Josephine's?
Yes.
So it sounded to you like this person walked down the hallway into Jaden's bedroom?
Yes.
Now, after hearing that, did you at some point hear noises that you recognized from the bedroom?
I don't really remember too much of what I heard. I heard like somebody enter the room, and then to me, I was just kind of pushed against the door because I was really worried that.
Okay. And that would be the same door we just looked at that had the damage to it?
Yes.
So when you say you're pushed against it, can you describe to the jurors what you were doing?
I had my back pressed against it and my hips, and I was kind of like sort of sitting like a crab against the door, just trying to keep it pushed.
Keep it closed?
Yes.
Do you know if the door lock was locked?
It was locked.
And had you locked it when you went in, or did you lock it after that incident?
I had locked it when I entered the shower originally.
So the bedroom that you pointed out as being Jaden's, I'm going to show you some photos from that, okay? States K312. You recognize that as being a photograph of that room?
Yes.
And do you recognize that door as leading into an attachment on the back of the house?
Yes.
But it appears there is some kind of a desk in front of it?
Yes.
States K313. K314. K315. States K319. Do we see two thresholds leading into two separate rooms in this photo?
Yes.
What room is that?
The bathroom.
What room is this?
Jaden's room.
So this room is just next to the bathroom. Were you familiar with a handgun that your father owned at that time?
Yes.
And do you recognize what's depicted on Jaden's bed at K321 and K322?
It looks like it could be part of it, but I'm not sure.
At some point, does someone come to the bathroom?
Yes.
And what happens next?
There was no speaking or anything. I had just heard somebody drag something across the door at head level.
At head level?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the sound?
It sounded like it was the end of the gun that he had showed me.
Okay. Being dragged across the door?
Yes.
And did the person try to get through the door?
At first, no, but after like a minute of trying to shoot through it, they started banging against it.
Okay. And were you able to keep them from getting in?
Yes.
At some point, did the person shoot the locking mechanism?
Yes.
And did the door open or become open?
Yes.
And did you see who the person was?
I did.
And who was it?
It was my father.
And what happened at that point?
He tried to grab me and he got from the shower, and I ran.
Okay. And did you run? Well, you tell me, what direction did you run? Excuse me.
I had run toward the front door, so I had come out of the bathroom and I went down that hallway.
This hallway?
Yes.
Towards the front door here?
Yes.
Okay.
And I had tried the front door, but it was locked. So then I ran past the kitchen and then through that back room and the utility room.
So that would take you past this kitchen table?
Yes.
Through this door?
Yes.
Through that room to the back door?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you got, well, did you go out the back door?
I did.
Then what'd you do?
I had run around the yard and through the gate.
Okay, well, I'm going to, Ms. Banks, I'm going to show you a couple of videos, okay?
Okay.
Hold on, you're screaming from inside the house.
All right, so I want to go back and ask you, when the officer was walking across that yard, we could hear what appeared to be screaming coming inside from inside that house. Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
I know for part of it, I was screaming, but I don't know if it was for the full part.
Okay, but a lot of that was you screaming?
Yes.
When you came around the side of the house, the north side of the house, and started running towards the officer, were you screaming at some point?
I was when I had come down that side of the house.
The backyard?
Yes.
Okay. So going back just a little here, we can see, and I apologize, ma'am,
No, you're okay.
for showing this, but we can see some red here and a mark up here on your hip. Were you shot in the hip?
I was.
And do you know when that happened?
I don't.
Were you shot in the hip when you were rinsing the conditioner out of your hair?
I don't think I was. I thought it would have been some point when I was against the door, but I'm not sure which shot it was.
But if you're following me, and I know I'm being somewhat sarcastic with my questions, but when you got into the shower, you had not been shot at that point.
No,
You weren't shot or injured before this incident.
I was not.
When you were first leaning against the door, after hearing the person walk by, you had no injuries.
I had none.
But at some point, do you realize that you've been shot?
When I was walking to the ambulance, I had realized that.
Okay. Nope, wrong one. All right. I believe this is states E1 publishing. Now, do you recognize this person here with the blanket?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is me.
And who is this individual?
My grandmother.
Are these your dogs or your grandmother's dogs?
Yeah, those are her dogs.
Did your grandmother actually retrieve that for you, the blanket?
She had grabbed it off the front porch, yes.
During this encounter, and you've seen this in the last couple of weeks, this video?
I don't think that one specifically.
Okay. But during this encounter, you may have seen a body worn camera video, but during this encounter, do you recall speaking to the officers about the weapon?
I do.
And do you remember telling them it's a revolver or it has a carriage, it should have 6 rounds?
Yes.
Now, had you taken some kind of a class in school where you studied that?
Yes, I had taken forensics.
So that person who we just heard crying out, was that you?
Yes.
Do you think that's about the time you're realizing what's happened to you?
Yes.
After walking south on 23rd Street, at some point, do the officers direct you and your grandmother to an ambulance or a fire rescue unit?
They do, yes.
And do they begin to treat you?
They had loaded her up in first, and then they had loaded me up in after.
And were you transported somewhere?
Yes.
To a hospital?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the hospital?
Tampa General.
Okay. States I is in India, 7. Michaela, do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is my grandmother.
When you and your grandmother came back in the house, did she have any injuries to her head before the incident?
No.
States I-16, did she have this mark under her eye prior to the incident?
She did not.
States I-29. And is that you, Ms. Banks?
Yes.
States I-30. States I-33. Did the officer that was taking this or the crime scene technician ask you to lift up that gown?
Yes.
And at that point, had the doctors, nurses already started to treat you for the gunshot wound?
Yes.
States I-36. States I-37. This area here under that bandage is that where the entry is to the gunshot wound.
It kind of like skid past that. The entry is on my thigh.
On your thigh?
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
States I-39, that's just blood that fell down on your leg from the wounds.
Yes.
States I-40, appears you have some blood on your hands.
Yes.
States I-44, it appears you had some fresh cuts on your hands. Do you know if those were suffered during this incident?
When he tried to grab me, yes.
States I-45, looks like blood staining, maybe some small injuries to your hand.
Yes.
States I-46. And is that the blanket your grandmother retrieved for you?
Yes, that is.
States I-53, it looks like there may have been a transfer of blood.
Yes.
That the officer was photographing. At some point after leaving the residence, after coming in contact with the police officers and they're telling you to head south to get away from the scene, but before you're transported. Do you recall sending that photograph to your boyfriend?
Yes.
And do you recall him responding?
I do.
And does he respond, holy shit, is everything okay? What happened? May, is everything all right?
He does.
And do you respond?
I did.
And do you tell him well, this is a new text. So, babe, he shot me. My dad tried to kill me. I ran.
Yes.
And then does your boyfriend later, or just right after that, text back about calling 911 and asking if you're okay?
I didn't see any messages after that.
States J4. Do you recall that exchange?
I don't remember.
It appears now you're in the hospital and you're telling him you're okay.
Yeah, I think that was later in the day.
I want to talk to you real quick about the injury to your leg, this gunshot wound. Was the projectile recovered?
It is still in my leg.
And has this gunshot wound caused you medical issues or problems since?
It has.
Can you explain to the jury?
I have gotten an x-ray after for a follow-up, and I have a thing called coxobulga. It's where my hip protrudes more than it's supposed to.
Okay. And when you're walking for long periods of time or trying to go upstairs or trying to bend over, do you experience pain that you didn't have prior to this?
Yes.
Ms. Banks, this person that tried to break through the door that you saw, that shot you, do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point to him, describe an article of clothing?
He's wearing the black suit and tie, and he's got the glasses on.
Is he the only man at that table?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that she has identified the defendant, Michael Banks?
It will.
Yeah, one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'll turn to the witness, Your Honor.
I'm going to go ahead and take our afternoon break since I dragged you guys out long before I gave you your lunch break. I'm going to go ahead and take the afternoon break now. The minute you're ready, we're going to bring you back in.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you were growing up, are there times when you would stay with your Nana and your dad, and then times when you would stay with your other family members?
Yes.
When you went to stay with Nana and your dad in January of 2024, were you intending to stay there for a long time, or was that just sort of a temporary place for you?
It was a temporary place.
And at that point in time, you're finishing up your last semester in high school, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, was it your dad that actually took you to register for online classes?
Objection, Rose.
Oh,
Was it your dad, Michael Banks, that actually took you to register for online classes a few days before this happened?
He did not take me. I was already doing online classes.
Okay, all right. I want to take you to that night before when you're in Norma Banks, your Nana. Well, actually, let me ask you about the residence itself. So I think you've already described when you go to stay there, obviously, Norma Banks, your grandmother, or Nana, as you call her, she's living there, right?
Yes.
And she stays in that, I don't want to call it a shed, because she essentially turned that into her bedroom, her oasis, correct?
Yes.
Had an air conditioning unit and everything for her.
Yep.
Okay. And then inside the main house, that is where Josephine lived, correct?
Yes.
Along with your brother Jaden and your father Michael.
Yes.
And the room that your father stayed in, Michael Banks, that's not really a bedroom by nature. He kind of made that his own room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the night before, you're in your Nana's room or your Nana's bedroom in that detached structure. And that's when your father comes in yelling and saying some things to you, correct?
Yes.
You really don't recall what it is that he's saying to you at that point in time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're kind of mentally blocking that out.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's decided that night after you have some discussions with your boyfriend in Pennsylvania that you're going to go finish out your final year in Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't really matter where you were because you're doing online coursework, so that would not interrupt your schooling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then the next morning when you wake up, you do not go into that main part of the house until your grandmother is ready to come in with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you come into that main part of the house, your grandmother, she goes to the kitchen to either get breakfast or make coffee or something like that, right?
Yes.
Is that when you go, initially your intention is to go and to get into the shower?
Yes.
When you go to the bathroom, there's only one bathroom in that house, right?
Yes.
When you go to the bathroom to get into the shower, do you notice that your father, Michael Banks, is in the bathroom?
He was that morning, yes.
Okay. And what was he doing?
He was standing in front of the sink. He was kind of just, I think, brushing his teeth or something, messing with them.
Okay. Was that unusual or normal, something that he did often?
That is something he did often.
Messing with his teeth?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your father in that bathroom, did you have any conversations with him?
No.
Okay. Do you immediately go to that side room or that closet where your stuff was?
Yes.
Did you wait in there until your father, Michael Banks, leaves the bathroom?
Yes.
At any point, does Michael Banks come into that room where you were with your stuff and say anything to you?
He had said something, but I ignored him again. I don't really remember what it was.
You can't recall what it was?
Yes.
After that encounter, do you then go into the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And is that when you start taking your shower and then you start hearing these noises?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you said on direct examination, you couldn't quite tell us when or at what point you end up getting shot, but is it at some point when you're in the bathroom? Do you know that much at least?
I want to say I think, but I don't know for sure when.
Okay. All right. At some point in time when that bathroom door opens and you see your father, Michael Banks, you try and run away, correct?
Yes.
And he tries to grab you, but you're wet from the shower. Do you at some point actually slip and fall on the ground?
I do not.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Do you remember though, at some point before leaving the house, you actually make eye contact with your father?
I do.
Does he say anything to you?
He does not.
Tell me, what does he look like? What is he doing when you make eye contact with him?
I have caught a glimpse of his face and he just didn't look like himself.
Do you immediately leave the house after that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Harmon asked you about the firearm that your dad had. Is that a firearm that you had seen around the house before this all happened?
Yeah, he had shown it to me.
Okay. And I know you said you took some forensic classes at high school, so you were a little bit familiar with the kind of gun that it was?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar that there were like certain, that your father, Mr. Banks, made certain kind of bullets or something for the gun?
I was aware through my brothers. They had let me know.
Okay. All right. But that's not something that you personally saw?
No.
Okay. But that was not unusual for him to do though?
No.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Ms. Banks, we appreciate your time here today. I'm having questions for you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Ms. Banks, do you remember when you were in that room where you had your stuff? You had gone in there and were starting to organize it and pack it?
Yes.
Do you recall your father coming into that room at some point and asking you what you were doing?
Objection, hearsay? I mean, objection to leading.
Don't lead, just ask the
Do
question.
you remember him coming in and asking you something concerning what you were doing?
I do.
And what did he ask you?
He asked me, he just asked me, what are you doing? And I told him I'm leaving.
And nothing else.
All right. Thank you. You can step down. Take care. State may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls normal days.
Please raise your right hand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could scoot up close to that microphone, it's almost at the perfect height for you. What I'm going to need you to do is when you speak directly into it so that it actually projects your voice, okay?
All right.
So this is the mother then, I presume. Technically, if we split 57%, we each get 20.5, and then if you add Bex 43 and she's 71. Bex is the biggest lunatic. Because you're the most crazy here.
All right, perfect. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Banks, where do you currently live?
10,006 North 23rd Street, Tampa.
And how long have you lived at that address?
About 35 years.
And as you're living there for the past 35 years, did you have any children?
Yes,
How many children do you
I
have?
have 3.
And what are your children's names?
Elizabeth Michelle Banks, Michael Monroe Banks, and Heather Marie Banks.
And do you have any grandchildren through your son, Michael Banks?
There's 4 living and 1 that passed.
And in January of 2024, who is living with you at your home at 10,006 North 23rd Street?
It would have been Josephine, Muentus, myself, Jaden Monroe, and Michael.
And so on January 17, 2024, you mentioned there was Josephine Muentus living there.
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
Josephine, I'd known her about almost 7 years.
And how did you first meet her?
We worked at Walmart together.
So you worked at Walmart together. At some point in time, did you develop and become close friends with her over the years?
Yes.
And then before this incident in January of 2024, how long had she lived with you at her house?
It was going on 2 years.
And on January 17th specifically, was your granddaughter Michaela staying at the house with you?
Yes.
Okay. How recently had she gone to stay with you?
She came on a Friday, the week before.
And the 17th was that a Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And as you guys were all living together at this house, was her plan to live with you until the end of her school year?
Only for her testing to get done.
So testing to get done.
And then she was going to leave.
And where was she going to go? Where was she going to go?
I think she was going to go live with her boyfriend that she lives with now, or she was going to go back to her mom's for temporary.
And I just want to briefly go through, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit A1. And I just want to make sure if we're talking through some of these incidents that we're all again oriented as to the layout of your home on 10,006 North 23rd Street. So as we're looking at the aerial view of your house, if we just took an imaginary line and divided it in half, what is located on the top half of this residence? What rooms?
You're about the left or right dividing?
Yeah, starting on the right.
Okay. On the right would have been originally a bedroom that Michael was sleeping in. And then there's a small, very small bedroom, and then there's a bigger bedroom in the back.
And then as you circle down, is there a bedroom in that house?
What?
Is there a bedroom as you circle around, or as that's always
In the back, yes, there's another bedroom.
And now in the bottom half, as you first walk in through this residence and you go to the left, what is there?
The dining room.
And so we're going through, so again, is this looking straight forward at your residence?
Yes.
So you said Michael was staying in the room directly to the right, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that this photo in State's K-12?
That was his area.
And then who was staying in this room?
I believe that was a room that he had had his computer in, and we had put Michaela in there that weekend.
Okay, so just since she recently was temporarily, however long is there, in the 5 or so days she had been there. Okay. And then this room down the hall, who was staying here?
Jaden's.
Okay. And then last one, as we are looking at, this would be the one and only bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And that's K2 83. And then,
And that would have been Josephine's.
and what did you call Josephine?
Huh?
What did you refer to Josephine as?
Normally Josie.
Normally Josie? Okay. And who was staying here in the back?
That was me.
And then, so is this our view of the kitchen, the one and only kitchen in the house?
Yes.
So I want to, then is this, as you're flip backwards away from the kitchen, is this where the dining room table is?
Yes.
And is that window we see here in K79, is that looking out onto the street, that window right
Into
there?
the porch, yes.
And then behind that where we see, is that your pit bull in the background in that room?
Yes, that's right, peeking through.
And what room is that pit bull peeking through?
That was what was the living room.
And just as now we're just a little oriented again on where everything is. So you said that Michaela, before January 17, 2024, had recently started to live with you and stay with you in that house.
January 12th.
January 12th. And as the days leading up to the incident on January 17, 2024, what, if anything, is occurring between Michaela and her father, Michael Banks, that is standing out to you?
Before I brought her there on that Friday, I asked him if there's going to be an issue for her to be there, and he said no.
Okay.
And the first couple of days, everything was fine. They were civil to each other. And then by Sunday, she was in the room playing on the Discord with her brother, and he said something to her, but I wasn't in the house, so I don't know what was said.
Okay. Do you know at that point if something occurred where you can tell that Michaela was starting to feel uncomfortable?
Yes, because she came to my room.
And that you said was on Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. After she comes to you and she's telling you that she's feeling uncomfortable with her father, at this point in time, what are you feeling? What are you going through?
I just had told her to stay out there with me.
So she's staying with you in the back room in that little cottage area in the back. And so at nighttime, she's sleeping in that room.
Yes.
As that you're staying in that room, is that a room that locks that you're able to keep her separated from the rest of the house?
Yes, I have a deadbolt and everything on the door.
And as we move past Sunday, now closer to January 17th, what if anything else is occurring specifically between Michaela and Michael?
On Monday, I know she was back in the room with Jaden, and he had to have said something that really upset her because she come out there and she looked really nervous and really scared.
Okay.
And I just told her to come in the room with me.
And again, you just kind of kept her with you in your room, separated from the rest of the house.
Yes.
Now, as we go to the day of Tuesday, the day before January 17, 2024, what is going on that day?
I think did I take her? I think I took Michaela back to her school to get some paperwork, if I remember. So we weren't homeless that day.
Okay, so you're not home in the day.
Right.
Are comments made on the evening of the 16th that once again makes Michaela uncomfortable?
Yes.
Do you remember being present for any of those statements being made?
Only what he said to her out in my bedroom.
Okay, and what did he say to her out in your bedroom?
He told her she was going to stay there, that she had to be with him physically and in a relationship.
So he's making comments to her that she has to be in a romantic relationship with him.
Yes.
What was he saying would happen if she refused to do that?
That she had to leave.
So then she would have had to leave the house. At this point in time, what is Michael's demeanor as he's having this conversation with you and Michaela?
Very agitated.
Very agitated. Okay. At that point in time, does he eventually leave your bedroom that evening?
After I told him to.
Okay, so you tell him to leave and he complies with that request.
Yes.
Again, what is Michaela doing that evening with you?
She stayed in there with me, and she actually called her boyfriend's family to see if she was able to go up there.
So as you're going through, are you coming up with a plan for her as to what to do next?
Yes, that's what we were working on.
And did you ultimately, through her plans with her boyfriend, be able to come up with a plan and a decision on what to do?
Yes, when he talked to his father and they said that she was allowed to go, they were going to pay for a plane ticket for her
How quickly were you going to act on this plan to get her out of this house?
on Wednesday.
On Wednesday. So now as we are going through the evening of Tuesday, the 16th into the morning of the 17th, what are you doing that night?
We stayed at my room and I just kept the door locked.
And as you're staying up that night, is there a particular reason you're staying awake?
Yes, I was very uncomfortable and I didn't know if he'd come back there and try to harass her again or me.
And eventually in that morning, the morning of January 17th, are you aware of where Jaden went that morning?
Not until about 10:30 when we first got up.
Okay, so you first went over to the house at about 10:30.
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, where do you learn that Jaden is?
I think I asked Michael if I remember.
So you ask him, and you find out that Jaden had been taken to school already.
Yes.
And as you go over to the house at approximately noon or 12:30 that day, what are you doing as you go over to the house?
So we went in the house and I had told McKenna to get her bags packed, which she wanted to take with her. And she was getting a shower. And I told her, so we'll go in the kitchen, make a cup of coffee, and then I'll get in the shower and then we'll leave.
As you were having this conversation with Michaela, is she in that small room?
Yes. Yeah, she was packing her stuff in a book bag.
Do you know where Michael is at this point in time?
Honestly, I think he was in his room area, I think dealing with his cats.
And so as he's in his room, that is directly next to Michaela's room.
Yes.
And at any point in time, as you're in the house, are you having any additional conversations with Michael?
No.
So Michaela's in her room now packing, and you told her to take a shower. And what did you do next?
Well, as it turned out, of her room, actually, Michael came in the hallway and asked her what was going on. But I went in the kitchen to make my cup of coffee.
Okay, so you remember he came in and confronted Michaela on that and what was going on.
He asked her what she was doing. That was all he asked.
Did he say anything to you?
Not really.
So after he came and asked Michaela what was going on and found out she was leaving, what did you notice him do anything in that particular moment?
No, he just walked away.
He walked away. And where did you go?
I was in the kitchen,
So you're in the kitchen. What are you doing in the kitchen?
getting ready to make my cup of coffee.
As you're in the kitchen trying to make a cup of coffee, so if we're looking at states K72, is this your coffee maker that we see in the center of states K72?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing specifically? So were you over in the by that machine trying to heat up some water?
I was a little bit more towards the cabinet.
So
Because-
the cabinet, would that be to the left of the
Yes.
stove? Okay. So you're standing over there a little bit to the left of the stove. Is there anyone in the kitchen with you?
Well, Josie had texted me and asked me where I was at, and I told her I was in the kitchen getting a cup of coffee. And she said, "Oh, I'm going to come in there and make me some coffee." And I just said, "Okay."
So after that, you were texting, did she actually come into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So she comes into the kitchen with you. Where is she standing in this kitchen as you were standing to the left of the oven?
She was pretty much in front of the microwave because she had instant coffee and she was going to put her cup in the microwave to eat it.
So she's standing by the microwave. What, if anything, do you hear that catches your attention in this moment?
Only when it sounded like the microwave blew up.
So you hear what you initially believe to be the microwave exploding, like a cup exploding in the microwave.
Yes.
And based on hearing that sound, what do you turn and do?
Well, I stood for a moment and then I noticed that Josie was like falling forward. And then I looked back and I seen Michael standing there with the gun.
You say you see Michael standing with a gun. Did you see anything occur specifically before you now see Josie hitting the ground?
I didn't even see her hit the ground. I just seen that she was starting to go down.
So you see her dropping, and now you turn and you see Michael holding a firearm.
Yes.
Do you know specifically what firearm he was holding?
A muzzleloader pistol.
Have you seen him with that firearm before?
Yes.
And are you familiar with muzzleloaders at all?
Yes, my husband had a rifle.
And have you seen Michael using that specific firearm in the past?
Yes, he'd go to my brother's and they'd shoot out there at my brother's property.
And as he's now standing and you see him with this firearm, where is the firearm position when you first see it?
Basically towards me.
So you see it toward you. Is that firearm raised when you say it's toward you?
Yes.
Raised.
Yes.
And as we're looking at states K66, where is Michael standing when you see him?
Right beside the outside of the refrigerator.
So in the corner of the refrigerator.
Mhm.
And again, and you are still, if we go back, you're still standing over here
By
by
the
the
coffee.
cabinet.
Yeah.
Okay. So he is standing here, and you see him with this firearm pointed at you. What, if anything, does he now do with that firearm?
He just shot it.
How close are you in feet approximately when he shoots this firearm?
Maybe 5 to 6 feet.
So you're within a few feet of him.
Yes.
And at this point in time, do you realize if you have suffered any injuries as the result of that gunshot?
Not really. I just got a burning sensation, but I didn't know what it was.
So you feel something, not fully registering what's going on.
No.
After the gun is fired, as you guys are standing a few feet from each other in this kitchen, what did you do?
I turned around and I asked him what the fuck he was doing.
Does he say anything to you at this point in time?
No,
Does he make eye contact with you?
not really.
So he's not saying anything. He just fired the gun and then he didn't answer you at that point.
Yeah, and then just like staring at the cabinet area.
At some point in time, are you able to make an exit from the kitchen?
Yes, after I said, told him what I did, I started running for the door.
As you're running for the door, is this the door to our living room computer room that you're referring to?
Yes,
Do you grab anything before you run through this door?
my cell phone that was on the table.
And where on the table? Was it closest to the door or closest?
It would have been on that right corner of the table there towards the front.
So you grab your phone and you run through this door to the computer room living room.
Mhm.
What is Michael doing as you are now fleeing from him through this door?
He shot again.
Shot again. As you were going through, at this point in time, are you aware of any other injuries or impact to you?
No.
As we are now going through states K-150, what is this door in your residence?
That is a back door.
Is this the door as you proceed through the living room computer
Yes.
we mentioned earlier? Is this the door you then proceeded to?
Yes.
As you are passing through this door, are you able to exit?
Yes.
Do you attempt to do anything with this door to get some separation between the two of you?
I pulled it towards the outside, but I didn't get it shut all the way.
So you attempt to close it at least partially.
Yes.
As you are doing this, are you aware of where Michael is behind you?
Not exactly. I heard some footsteps.
So you heard footsteps. At this point in time, are you paying attention behind you?
No.
What is your priority in this moment?
To call 911.
Are you also trying to do whatever it takes to get out of this house?
Yes.
And as you are fleeing and you hear these footsteps behind you, at any point in time, do you also hear additional gunfire?
Yes, I did.
As you hear additional gunfire, what do you do at this moment?
I just kept running around to the other side of the house to get to the front gate.
So you're running around, and as we're looking again at states A1, so we see in your house in the back southwest corner, little paving stones in the backyard.
Yes.
Is that the general path you took to exit this residence?
Yes.
And then where did you go after you were able to leave from that general area of your residence?
To the neighbor's yard next door.
So the neighbor next door, is that the neighbor to the north of you at 10,008?
Yes.
As you get there, are you able to come in contact with one of your neighbors?
Not right away. I was, like I said, dialing 911 at that moment.
So you're dialing 911 as you're going over there. And why did you have in your mind that you wanted to go over to this residence away from your home?
Because they had very large trailer landscaping trailers in the yard.
Was it your goal to find these trailers to get coverage from additional gunfire?
Yes.
And as you're going over there, you're calling 911 to try and get law enforcement to come to the scene. Do you eventually make contact with someone who was able to give you some sort of paper towel?
Yes, the gentleman that was there came out to me.
Okay, he came out to you. At this point in time, do you realize that you were bleeding from your head?
A little bit, yeah, because I seen it on my robe.
Okay, so you saw it on your robe. Before this point in time, did you again register at any point that you had in fact suffered injuries as a result of this gunshots?
Only just the blood, missing the blood.
Okay, so you can see it, but you're not yet feeling anything.
No.
As you were there now at the residence of 10,008 northern of your home, you're calling 911. At some point in time, shortly after you call 911, does law enforcement in fact come to your house and respond to your call for service?
Yes.
As law enforcement arrives for this call for service, where do you first make contact with them?
I was still in the driveway of the neighbors.
So you're still in the driveway and you see members of the Tampa Police Department arrive.
Yes.
After you come in contact with law enforcement, what do you do?
So I walked over to them and I told them what I had already said on 911 about the gun. And I told them that my friend in there had been shot and that my granddaughter was still in the house.
At this point in time, what do you feel?
At this time, very nervous and stressed.
As you're communicating with law enforcement at some point in time, do you return to your residence?
No.
Do you return to the gate and come in contact with Michaela?
As she's coming out of the gate, yes, when she was screaming to me.
So as you're at your neighbor's house and you're talking to law enforcement, can you recognize her screams?
Yes, because she was yelling, Nana, Nana.
And based on her screaming, that caused you to go to the gate to respond to her.
Yes, I bet her. She'd actually just come through the gate, if I remember, and I ran to her.
As you are seeing Michaela now for the first time outside of the residence, what are you noticing about her?
She has no clothes on because she just come out of the shower.
Do you notice any injuries on Michaela?
Yes, I seen blood on her legs.
After seeing Michaela has run out of the house without any clothes, what do you decide to do to assist her?
Well, there was a blanket on my porch that I kept on the couch, and I ran up and grabbed that, helped her back up a little bit.
As you're doing this, are you aware that law enforcement is trying to get you away from this house?
Yes,
Okay. You still went to the house
I still grabbed the blanket off the porch.
to do that for your granddaughter?
Yes.
And as you are talking, and you have this blanket now, do you return to Michaela?
Yes.
When the two of you are now together, what do you decide to do?
Well, the cops started pushing us down the road to get us away from the house.
And down the road, we're talking about going south down North 23rd Street.
Down 23rd to Line.
So you go to Limeball. As they're directing you there, eventually is an ambulance able to come and assist both of you?
Yes.
Do you know where that ambulance took you?
Tampa General.
So they took you to Tampa General Hospital as you were getting treated for your injuries. Do you know once you were there what injuries you actually suffered as you were now being treated?
I know that I was bleeding bad and I started to feel a lot of pain on the sides of my head.
On each side of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So you're feeling pain on both the left side and the right side?
Yes.
And you said this kind of hit you when you're at the hospital now for the first time?
Yeah, that's when I started feeling the pain.
As you're at the hospital, what, if anything, are they doing to treat you?
They were trying to clean up everything, trim my hair and start stitching up and stitch my ear where it got hit too.
So they in fact had to do some sort of stitching of your ear just to get it back in its proper place.
Yeah, they said the top half had to be stitched back in place.
Okay. And as you're pointing, which ear was that? Your left ear or your right ear?
It was my left ear, that right.
Okay. And so that was on your left ear, that wound on the left side of your head. What did they do on the wound on the right side of your head?
I had a cut about this wide that goes through here.
Okay. And we're saying about this wide for our record, is that about 3 inches? Would it be
I'd say maybe 2 to
2 to 3 inches? Okay. So that's the wound that you have on the other side of your head.
Yes.
And again, do they stitch that up for you?
Yes.
As they go through and they are able to heal your wounds at this point in time, ultimately, do you still have any scarring from these injuries?
Yes.
And have you also suffered any long-term pain as a result of these injuries?
For the first year, I was having headaches, and now I have a little ear damage from where the bone went off beside my ear.
When you say with ear damage, are you talking to hearing loss?
Yes,
Before the incident on January 17, 2024, relatively speaking, how was your hearing?
very well.
And since this incident, how did you notice that there was a change immediately after the shooting?
I kept getting like a slight ringing, buzzing sound, and when people were talking to me, I was having trouble understanding them.
And this was something you only noticed after January 17th?
After we had come back from the house, because we didn't stay at the house when everything happened. I went to my brother's house and stayed there.
Okay, as you're going through your treatment and you're waiting for Michaela?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I know we just talked about some of these injuries, but I just want to go through some of these photos in State's eye. Was this a photo of you taken on January 17, 2024?
Yes.
And as we see various markings around your left eye, can you explain to the jury what those markings were?
It was from the black powder out of the gun.
Were those markings there on your face before January 17th, 2024?
No.
Since that day, now almost over 2.5 years later, do you still have any of those markings and scarring?
Yes, they're embedded very deep.
Okay. So that is still a permanent marking on
Yes.
the left side. And as we're going through, so we mentioned earlier, the wound about 2 to 3 inches, is that wound?
Yes.
And then was this the wound on the other side that you had to get your ear reattached and stitched?
Yes.
So you just mentioned after going to the hospital, ultimately, are you discharged after getting this treatment?
I got discharged.
And what about Michaela?
No, she was admitted because they had taken her into surgery.
So you were discharged later that evening?
Yes.
And she did not?
No, I think she was in for 3 more days, if I remember.
So as you left the hospital, you mentioned earlier that you did not immediately return to your residence.
No.
But ultimately, a couple days later, you did.
Almost a week before we went back.
Almost a week, but you did ultimately go back.
The only thing I did was I went and got my dogs. I took my dogs to my brother's with me.
So you got your dogs just to have them away from the residence. Obviously, they needed someone to come and take care of them.
Yeah.
And then as you are leaving, now you ultimately return to the residence, I want to go through some of the things that you notice when you return to your residence. So first, I'm going to show you States K80. So before January 17th, when Michael fired a gun at you in the kitchen of your home, was this damage there?
The mark was not there.
Right. So showing States K7. So as we were looking inside of your residence and we were looking now to the windows on the left side, there are 2 holes on the glass on the left side.
Yes.
Before this incident, were those holes in that dining room?
No.
And as you returned to the home, did you notice anything about where that glass was?
Not at first. I was saying something to my daughter and a friend of hers, and I said, "Did you guys clean up the glass over here?" And they said, "It's not in the house, Mom."
And then did you notice after realizing it wasn't in the house that it was in fact on the outside in this little patio area?
Yes.
And so this is States K103. So again, same question, but now are we looking inside the house looking out?
Yes.
Okay. This damage here that we have noted above evidence marker 8, was it present?
Yes.
Okay. So before January 17th, not there?
No.
So next, as we look at States K86, that marking above the wall, was that present before Michael shot a gun at you?
No.
Okay. And again, States K114 is a closer up of that marking.
Yes.
And now, again, so as we were looking at States K150, and I'll go to K166, a close-up of that door, before there was gunfire shot at you on January 17, 2024, was that mark present?
No.
And now looking at your bedroom in the back of the house, as we look at over on the side of evidence marker 20, was this marking present before the shooting? No. And as you, again, ultimately returned to your home almost a week later, as you went inside your bedroom, did you notice anything as it relates to this impact mark in your bedroom?
When we were removing my stuff to put me back in the house, we found the bullet behind my clothing that were hanging up.
Okay. So, and when you say you found a bullet, can you describe for me what exactly you recovered?
It was a like round gray metal bullet. I guess they call it a paw.
Based on your familiarity with a muzzle loader, is that consistent with a projectile used in that specific firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And as you returned and you noticed your bathroom, same question, was that marking present? As we're looking now, it states 307 and 308 before
No.
Okay. And I know we looked at some additional photos of your injuries. I just want to show you a couple more in state's eye. So state's eye 1. Who is that in state's eye 1?
That's me.
Okay. And that wrapping around your head, was that done by the paramedics or the hospital staff as they're treating?
Yes.
And state's eye 2? Again, of you being treated?
Yes.
And ultimately today, are you still suffering from any pain on the side of your head as you do anything with your hair or anything along those
If
lines?
I try to pull my hair up in a ponytail, it makes it hurt like a bruise.
So would it be fair to say there's some ongoing tenderness even with simple things as doing your hair?
Yes.
And if you look around the courtroom here today, do you see the individual who was in your kitchen on January 17, 2024 and fired a firearm at you?
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify him by article clothing he's wearing?
Right over here with the glasses and the dark suit.
Run me the record, let the witnesses identify the defendant.
It will.
And may I have a moment to confirm?
Sure.
You're on the state will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
I have just a few quick questions for you, ma'am. Going back to January 2024, when Michaela comes to stay with you, that was never intended to be a permanent situation, correct?
No, no.
Always intended for her to be there for just a short time,
Yes.
bridging some gaps, I guess. Okay. You mentioned on direct examination 2 separate occasions after Michaela had come to you and said something that her father, Michael Banks, said to her, correct?
Yes.
And on both of those occasions, she was in the bedroom with her brother, Jaden.
Yes, they were on the computers.
Let's fast forward now to the day of the shooting. When you first go into the main house that morning with Michaela, do you actually encounter Mr. Banks, Michael Banks?
I passed him one time because that's when I asked him, is Jaden at school? And he just said yes.
Was there anything about the interaction or the initial occasion where you spoke with Mr. Banks that gave you any reason to be alarmed? Anything about his behavior at that point in time?
No, he just seemed like he was mad at me.
Okay. And then after you had spoken to Michaela when she was kind of gathering her things in that side room, and there's I think you mentioned Mr. Banks asked what was going on.
He just came in the hallway, but he spoke more to her than me.
Okay. And then he just kind of walks away after that.
Yes.
Now let's go to, you're in the kitchen. You hear this, what sounds like an explosion, and you quickly realize that that is a gunshot, correct?
It took a couple moments, but
Okay.
yes.
And did you realize that essentially after Josephine had fallen to the ground?
As she started to fall, yes.
Is it very quickly after that that the second shot is fired?
Yes.
And is that the shot where you're standing in front of the cabinet that we saw one of the
Yes.
bullet holes in? Okay. How many other times that you can remember were you shot at that day?
From the one in the kitchen, at least 3 more times.
Is that as you were moving throughout the residence?
Yes.
And as you're moving throughout the residence, we see you in the kitchen, or we see the way your kitchen is set up. Do you essentially have to walk towards that little kitchen
Towards the
table?
dining room, yes.
Okay, where that window is.
Yes.
Okay. And then you go to the right to get out of the
Yes.
house. Okay. Are there any doors on that southern side of your house where you could have exited from?
The front door was locked, but that's only the door.
Okay, that's the front door, the front entrance.
The very front, yes.
As you are running through your house, you're being shot at. I think at one point, maybe even at the very beginning, you actually say something to Mr. Banks, correct?
Yes.
You ask him, what is he doing?
Yes.
Maybe use some profanity. Did he ever at any point say anything to you as he's shooting after you?
No.
When you look at him, what do you see?
He's just staring off like he's not looking at anything.
When you ultimately make it out of that door, did you ever see, did Mr. Banks come out of the house following after you?
I caught a glimpse of him as he was coming through the door, the one from the dining room out. And I didn't look back after that.
Okay, do you remember ever seeing him in that backyard? Did he ever go back?
I didn't look to see. I just heard the other gunshots and kept going.
All right. The firearm that Mr. Banks was using was a firearm that he had acquired a few years earlier,
Yes.
give or take, right? And that's something that he used often to go shooting at your brother's property, did you say?
Not often, but every once in a while.
Would he sometimes make caps to put inside there?
Yes.
So that's something that he would do from time to time to prepare
Yes.
the caps to use for the shoot. Okay. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Sharon? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Thank you. Let me have the attorneys up at the bench.
I swear or affirm that the testimony about to give
Microphone so that this part here.
IDWELO,
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Detective, where are you currently employed?
the Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you worked in law enforcement?
It's 21 years now.
Has all of that been with the Tampa Police Department?
No, I started with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. I was there for about 9 years and 12 years now with the Tampa Police Department.
And what is your current assignment with the Tampa Police Department?
I'm a digital forensics examiner in our cybercrimes unit.
And just generally speaking, what are your responsibilities in that role?
So my responsibilities are pretty much citywide, any electronic evidence, perform extractions on cell phones, laptops, tablets, computers.
So any sort of digital data that needs some sort of interpretation, you're the group that goes to the other members of your law enforcement agency to be able to track that for them.
Correct.
And do you have any specific background or experience that led you down to this specific assignment?
Yes, well, for the past 10 years, I've been in the cybercrimes unit. And with that comes along with numerous training. I'm a certified computer forensic examiner through an international organization called ISIS.
And how long have you been certified? Did you say that was the last 10 years?
So with cell phones, I, through process, the actual certification was in 2023.
Okay, so 2023 certification, but something consistently on your day-to-day job for at least 10 years.
Correct.
Okay. And generally speaking, when you are assigned to a case, are you ever responding to a call for service where you're out on the street investigating a crime?
That would be extremely rare for me not to be in the office.
And as you're in the office, how do you get involved in an investigation?
So an investigator would request a forensic examination on the device. And that was just paperwork that they would submit. And whether that is consent, there'd be a consent form attached to that request or a search warrant.
Okay. And for access of a device, whether it be a cell phone or a hard drive, you need one of those two things in order to access it.
I'm sorry?
So either whether it's a cell phone or some sort of hard drive or a PC, you need either consent or a search warrant before you can go in and access that device.
Yes.
Okay. And in this specific case, do you remember being asked to assist with a homicide investigation?
Yes, I did.
And how did your role in your investigation begin in this case?
A request was sent for a desktop computer, and the search warrant was attached to that request.
And now that you have the request and the search warrant, which authorizes you to do this download, what steps are you taking in order to be able to go through your process of that download?
So typically, either the investigator would bring me the device, or in this case, I went down into the property room and checked it out.
And the property room, is that where all evidence is logged and secured?
Yes.
And is that located here? Did it happen to be in your same headquarters, same building?
Yes.
So in this case, you go downstairs, you check out the desktop computer that's been requested of you, and what do you do next?
So when I check it out, I then bring it upstairs. It's on the 3rd floor. I'm on the 8th floor. So I take it up to my office, and then I begin the process with doing the examination.
And what is the beginning of that process? At any point in time, are you photographing the device before you begin your download?
Yeah, so I photograph the device as it, when I get it, what it looks like when I get it. And then it's step by step. I don't plug anything directly into the computer. So the first process is to, after I do the photographs, I start disassembling it and getting to the hard drive where it contains the data, the extraction, and I'm photographing it as I go along.
And so just generally speaking, as you're giving a standard, what we might picture as a standard hard drive, desktop computer with some sort of power or device, you can't just go in and access it as is.
Correct.
So as you break down and you get to the actual area of the drive that you need to access, what do you do next?
So I take pictures of whatever storage device is contained within the computer. So in this case, it was a 500 gig hard drive.
So now that the hard drive has been photographed by you, have you documented everything along the way? What steps are you taking to be able to extract it without any sort of corruption to that device as you're going through your procedures?
So anytime I do an examination, I'm not working directly off the device. So when I'm pulling that off of it, I use what's called an image file. And basically I duplicate that drive. And that's what I did in this case, where I attach it to it's called a write blocker. So from the hard drive to my forensic computer, it flows that way, where nothing from the forensic computer can flow back to the hard drive. So no data is changed. And I create that image file as a duplicate of that hard drive.
And as you're duplicating it, is everything on that hard drive exactly as you find it and you extract it, or any alterations being made?
No.
Okay. So you're finding it exactly. Is there anything you would see along your examination process that would indicate to you that something isn't being copied appropriately or an extraction isn't being done accurately?
Yes. So the program I use is called FTK Imager. That creates a hash value and the hash value is kind of like the fingerprint of that hard drive, the data contained within. When it's processing it, it creates a hash value. So that's a unique identifier to that hard drive. You change one byte of information in the hard drive, it completely changes the configuration. So when the image file has been completed, it'll create a hash value off that image file. And those hash values will have to match. They know I got a complete forensically sound image file. And in this case, they did match.
Okay. And so after you get that match, now you have the confirmation that everything has been copied successfully in this case. What steps are you taking to make that into some sort of readable format?
So I use a software called Magnet Axiom. And that's an analytic tool that the investigator can view the contents of that hard drive. So there's what's called an EO1 file, and that's the image file that I mentioned earlier. I would load that into the software, and it creates the analytic tool report.
And so that tool, the Axiom program now, is that something you can give to whatever the requesting investigator was so they can parse through and decide what, if anything, might be of value to them?
Yes.
And your standard procedure based on your job, are you yourself digging through the hard drive or cell phone, whatever device you didn't get in?
No.
And in this case, besides doing this extraction as to Axiom, did you do any dives in this case into the hard drive itself?
No.
So after your extraction, your examination is complete, are you successfully able to create this extraction and have this program transferred over to Axiom for the detectives in this case to be able to view?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can I have a moment to confirm? Sure.
Any cross?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned a hard drive that you did this download for. In addition to that, did you also do a download for a cell phone in relation to this case?
Yes.
And can you describe for us, if you can, if not, I have a copy of your report if you need to, but what kind of cell phone did you do a download on?
I thought my report.
Absolutely. I know you weren't prepared for that one. So.
It was an Apple iPhone XR.
Okay. And although you're doing the download of these devices, you're not looking at the content of it, correct?
Correct.
That is something that a detective or someone else will do after you've completed your portion of the job.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I have a moment?
Sure. Any redirect? Thank you. Take care. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude us for today. Do me a favor.
Okay. That is the end of today. I got my Philadelphia Eagles top on. I like this top. I'm not sure I like the Eagles. I'm not an Eagles fan, but I do like the top. It's nice. I'll wear this for walking tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. So, you know, boo. No, you don't like the Eagles. I'll be back tomorrow about 4 with a full day tomorrow, probably about 5-6 hours tomorrow, with the end of the day and everything. So we'll have that done leading into the weekend. So yeah, I'm actually really tired. It's been a long day. I've been up since 6:15 a.m. and it's now 11 p.m. nearly. So it's been a long day today, and I did 4.25 miles walking as well. So anyway, I'll leave it there. You made my day. There you go. You see? You see? I can sometimes make a lady's day. Thanks for being here today. Take care. There you go. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. I'll see some of you tomorrow morning. Nice to see some of you. Or all of you, I should say. And yeah, we'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 2. I know this is maybe not the best trial, but I think it's interesting. I was going to watch this anyway, so it's like kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, right, everyone, catch you all later. Speak soon. There you go. No one knew I was going live. I didn't even know I was going live until literally I went live. So, okay. Take care, everyone. Bye, beautiful people. Bye-bye. Ta-da.